Caption. There it goes. Take that piston bolt texture up. Finish this one that I was supposed to finish yesterday, but never did. Okay, we need the redstone block here. Just do a couple. You have stick. I think we should be okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. Wait, what the fuck? How is it updating? It has redstone block next to it. I'm gonna put that on there because I can't update it, so there's no point. I have enough rails. If I get one more refill, I think we're chilling. I got that get rails. I think I used all of them. Yeah, rails, pistons, repeaters. Oh, that stuff. Huh. Rails, pistons, repeaters. I think we're fine. I think that should be fine for now. Do I have to really craft repeaters? No, we should have a couple over here, I think. There's got 2 shoulder boxes. Rails, I know we're chilling on. Pistons, we're definitely chilling on, so I gotta craft repeaters. It's not bad. So it's 3 for 1. We're getting 3 for everything else. Let's just do 3. So we get 9. We need the 9 boxes of dust. And 18 boxes of torches. We definitely don't have that. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. We only need 3 dust, 6 torches. Why the fuck did I think I needed 9? Yeah. Well, this can all be turned into torches then. So I don't think we have 3. Maybe there's 1 buffer. We do have 3. That's not worth it. It doesn't make a difference. Yeah, it's fine. Sticks. Okay. So that creates 4 shulkers of that. Don't need that much. That creates 4, that creates 6. Very nice. I want to replace the glass. So apparently this, doing it that way, I should just... That's nice. 30 minutes, Alex, you said? Okay. You can just put it in chat. It's up to you building piston bolts. I'll be like right near spawn anyway. That's not what I need to craft. Those. I'll put the pistons and stuff up here. Right, so we should have enough. The only one that's far is the geode one. Otherwise, they're all relatively close. So until we do the geode, we shouldn't have to craft anymore. Oh, wool and flour are also pretty far, so we'll save those three to the end. Otherwise, the other ones aren't good. Wait, I'm over here. I finished this one. Yeah, I finished Blaze this morning. That one's all good, functional, besides not having any minecarts. Oh wait, I gotta have the expenses the next minecart. Hey, Enric. We should have a minecart crafter still functioning. Which one's functional still? I don't think any of them are functional still. That's good. Still don't think that one's functional, but that's northeast corner. Oh my god. No, that's not functional. Why? Have items. And sync. Oh, I need to figure out why the Minecraft is not working. Should then replace it behind us. So just one's functional. Okay. It's done. Need to do now. Oh, I want to fix the Minecraft crafter. Let me see if I have anything. Paper research. That's the Minecraft crafter. Was this mine? What the hell is this? That's just old crafting. Maybe Henrik has it in the archive. Did Henrik ever archive it? I don't think he did. Shit. From Henrik. No. Main cart. God damn it, Henrik. Wait. Maybe. That's an old one. No schematic. Fudge. This is not good. I don't know, because this is supposed to be empty. But it's like not transferring. Oh, it's definitely broken. Bugger, stop. I think it's stone slabs. Oh, that's from this. Why? Why are you gonna be such a okay. Buffer just got messed up somehow. It's been hearing music this whole time. Nobody said anything. This thing is just quiet. Like nothing's. Doesn't even stop because of the torch. What the fuck does it stop? It's supposed to stop when this is filled. It's not supposed to light up. What is this fill level here? Why can't I see it? I hate that you can't do this. Like, why? How is that not turning on? Because there's definitely items in that. Like, what? Thing was filled and it wasn't turning on. So, but this worked this whole time though. Like before everything, before we retextured the hub, it worked. Like it would stop, it would get to here, it would turn off, and then it's back. Was that like a new change that they did? Like, I mean, we're still in 117, so I don't understand. Because this worked before we updated the hub to the black and orange color palette. Now it's broken again. Um, it's an interesting thing. Because I never knew that. I guess I'm gonna go like that then I guess. It's fucking bars. $90. Concrete. So that works. We want signal strength 15. Yeah, that should stop it in time. There's no way it cycles 5 more times. Let me just make sure this works. Fucking pressure plates. Keep these because I might have to use them for the other ones. That's the case, we gotta fix them for all of them. But I swear we like, because I've used these to fill up every single piston bolt here, so I don't understand. Kickstart again, and it stopped. Don't know how that changed, and then like it just goes under the radar. It's not broken, right? If I empty it again. Yeah, looks good. It's interesting though, how like I never knew that. Uh, put your in that channel, Alex. Put your IGN. But make sure you read the. There's going to be a channel that you have access to now. That is the server intro rules. Make sure you read all those. And then let me know when you're done. I made a whole list of them, Rubik, in that one of the channels. This one still has the top bit, but it's not much. I'll finish that. Any one of those that you want to do, feel free to. How you doing, Punch? Bit earlier for you today, so it's not, 3 a.m. That one was done. Be right there. Let's. Hmm. Was I night typing it? Was there a slash that I wait? When did I hit the slash? Oh, you're there, Alex, as long as you read the rules and stuff like that. Wait, no, this one. Accepted. File. Exactly. The only way to start the server. Yep. You no way around it. Nobody has to fall. Nobody gets a death list you know, death count on the server. Everybody has to have at least one. It's not a death counter? I thought it was. 121. I didn't think it was that bad. Anywhere you want to see? Or, pretty much all the stuffs. Banners indicate what's what. Obviously, the deco, the bolt sort of helps with that too. Literally, the current project right now is just bolts for 3-year World Tour, so nothing too exciting at this point. But necessary things that need to be done. Yeah, yeah. You don't, yeah. I mean, if you know pretty much, I mean, I've seen you around a lot, so I know you know a bit of stuffs. But yeah, if you ever want anything, clarified or where's what, pretty much know this server like my back of my hand. So I've only made everything almost, or at least participated in some way. The bolt map's gonna be a bit outdated. It'll give you an idea of things completed after the 2-year World Tour, I think. When did he post this? Ooh, after the 1.5-year World Tour. So that's like almost a year and a half old now. I don't know if Fred would be able to update that. So yeah, basically everything on the second floor isn't really added on to that. Like Deep Slate, Redstone. Blaze, reinforce, the crop, piston, all the ones on the second floor aren't going to be added to that. Everything on the first floor should be though. Alright, I need to fix these minecart crafters. So you're the one that I fixed, so I need just the concrete, and I should be able to fix. Ah, that's probably why, because they're... What the hell happened? This one broke dramatically. It's supposed to be a barrel. Or maybe not. Barrel would make it readable. Everything else should be chill. This one broke like everything. Let me break this torch again. Good lord. Sin! How you doing, dude? Welcome in. Ali, Husky, Lorian, Sign, Hug my dudes. Richard, Uzi Pony, welcome in. Cassie and Stein, appreciate the follow, dude. Sin, how was your stream? Well, Big Mama, Texan, Cassie, Moosey. What's good? Good, good. What'd you work on today? Just basically started here, kind of working on the piston bolts and stuff like that for our hub, just to prepare for our 3-year tour in about 2 weeks, which is pretty cool. So, yeah, because we have AutoCraft on the server, we're kind of able to craft things automatically. And with this one, it's nice to craft minecarts because we use a lot of them. When we're making a lot of new hubs or piston bolts and things like that. But yeah, appreciate the raid. If you don't get a raid and run, no worries. For those of me that are with my channel and don't know Sin, definitely go check her out. One of the people I see all the time on other channels that I lurk in and things like that. But yeah, appreciate the raid, Sin. Hope you have a great rest of your night, day, wherever you are. But yeah, those that don't know me, my name's Squishy. Squishy Skittles, either one. But we're on my server, which is AutoCraftSMP. We've almost been about 2 years, or almost 3 years actually. And we tend to focus a lot on the technical side of Minecraft. But we do put a lot of effort into our decoration. With our most recent perimeter over here being a redstone perimeter. And, you know, we got a lot of wall decoration, floor, and things like that. We don't just focus on the farms themselves, but a lot more into the decoration as well. But this one's going to be one of our probably most used perimeters because we're going to use it to craft basically all of the redstone components you can think of, with like torches, repeaters, comparators, all that kind of stuff. Not automatically, because there's not really a point to doing so. But yeah, with this here, we're able to craft pretty much everything over here that you can see with producing everything on site here. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff that we can produce on site. So we got the gunpowder, string, iron farm, redstone, slime, wood, stone, and cobblestone. And then with the barter area on the other side, we can get the quartz to allow us to craft observers and comparators all in this one area here, which is pretty cool. But yeah, same thing with this, you know, a bit more effort into the decoration of the perimeter, which is something I like to do as well. But yeah, that's our most recent project now. And that pretty much brings us to where we are now, which is just making all these piston bolt connections to our main nether hub. That way we're able to, you know, get there a bit quicker. The main advantage of piston bolts, rather than just like an ice boat path, to me at least, is that we can just get in the minecart and I could physically go and step away from my computer, and then I could be transported right to where I need to be, right? So they're all hands-free, which is a really nice thing to have. I didn't have a recommendment. Yeah, this one, we can even turn corners fully automatically. My hands are off the keyboard, the mouse, everything like that right now. And I will be transported directly to my location that I selected based off the, you know, the theme of the bolt and the banner in front of it, which is really cool. So there we just turned the corner there, and we're heading on to the other direction now. Server's lagging a little bit, it seems, right now, which is why we're going a little slow. But they are usually about 20 blocks per second. I think somebody loaded the nether switch. But yeah, now we're at the little location here. This will be for the area to run the raid farm that produces around about 85,000 redstone dust per hour. So yeah, we tend to do the farms that are a bit overkill, but definitely really nice to have, because we tend to use a lot of resources for our projects. So but yeah, so I'm going to work on finishing the minecart crafters real quick. That way those will be working. That's a machine right there. So if you noticed it down here, these rails are all curved. And to do that manually would take quite a bit of time. So we have this thing right here that'll automatically curve the rails for us, which is a really cool thing. But we'll show that in a few seconds here, because I need to fix these minecart crafters. I'm a shadow, and I would like to appreciate the follows, guys. Fix these guys over here real quick, that way kind of get back to working with everything here. One second, everybody. Let me just get this back in place here. Alright, Sid. Appreciate the raid. Enjoy the rest of your night. I think night, maybe day. I don't know. It's hard to keep track of where everybody's from. I know you stream a little bit later for me, so... But yeah, appreciate the raid massively. And just enjoy the rest of your night. That's not good. Oh, so you're the same time zone as me. Gotcha. So you just stream a lot earlier than I do. Okay. That's cool. Why are you breaking? Ah, because we don't have one buffer. That would be why. Didn't I break the redstone torch on this one? Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Oh well. How you doing, Luscious? Should be fixed. Both. There's a hub, or there's a bolt. It's the black and orange one with the chest banner going east on the first floor. Which one are you talking about, Ruby? Oh. Wait, where does this one go? I'm doing well. Just working on some, grindy stuff. Geode. Just getting the grindy stuff done for the world tour. That way I can have a smooth thing with it. I think we'll have to make a double turn. I think we'll have to make a turn here and a turn here. That'll be annoying, but so yeah, get as close as you can, Rubik. Yeah, because we really can't. I mean, you can go up with them. It's a bit of a pain to transition, though, from it. Rather than just going up. So, this is the middle, right, Rubik? So... this should be the middle here. This one's the middle. So we want to leave space. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, we need... this should be... they should touch, right? I forget, it's been so long since I've done one right next to each other. Hold on. I think the walls touch. Yeah, okay, so the walls touch. So this should be the edge of the 5 blocks. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the walls will go right there. So yeah, this one here is the center. Create 3 is the center, yeah. Do the same thing on this side over here. Let's just leave the 1 block gap. We can place the wall and just go around it. That's poor planning on my end, but this way we avoid going over the blaze farm, so it's fine. What's this one made for? Yeah, you can work on the bolts. It's pretty much the only thing, unfortunately, we have going on at this time, because we're just prepping for the tour and stuff, so not the most exciting of things to do, but ones that need to get done, unfortunately. That one should be fixed. Is it not? It's missing a block. What the heck? Missing 2 blocks. How is that possible? It's not bringing the dummy item up. It is, but it's not shooting it. There we go. Alright, cool. Yeah, let me check over it. Yep, you're good. That's gonna be right there. That's cool, yeah. Rubik's doing the farthest one. You're bold, man. Actually, wait, Rubik, hold on. Don't know if that's in line with the portal. So it'll be a triple turn. I think that's not to be what they have to do. Because crossing over... Do we go all the way over... I need to figure out which Y, or what ZX or X1 this is. Three, 4, 2. It can fit over the Chronos. Yeah, the bolt's not an issue. So it'd be out to here. Negative 343. You have to be the middle. I think that would be easier to do, Rubik, rather than a triple turn. So we would go boop, 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 and then over again. I would do that. How you doing, huh? A minute. Buffers filled. Good, good. Okay, so that one's fixed. Off. Stops. When people don't lock the output sometimes. It's just annoying. So I have so many other stuff now. Okay, so now that should be fine. One's there. Cool. Been live for an hour, wasn't here at first. No worries, man. Disappointed in myself. Now you're chilling. Forgot your login details. So another new account. Damn. You don't do a lot of them right now. So how do I kickstart this now? Well, it'll kickstart itself. So do that. To do that, it should kickstart itself. That one's working. Gonna have to sub again? Nah, don't worry about it, man. Don't force it. I don't run ads anyway. So, you know, you only do that if you want to, because I don't run any ads for you guys. So you only get the pre-rolls. That's it. I can't turn off pre-rolls. Twitch will not allow you to. Once this fills up, this one will be done. Fixed. And we're chilling. And let's just pick. So your frames at top rating. Alright, so that stopped. Which is good. We just need the final bit of rails in this one, and you can launch that. The corner transition redstone's a bit weird, but it's below you. Where did this redstone torch come from? Is it the other one that I broke and I didn't finish it? Hold on. The rails at the end first. Don't know if I put the extra observer on the back. Yeah, normally there's an observer underneath the slime block here that you would power, but since we have the rails here, it's kind of impossible. So I gotta go get some stuff. Finally got the mini map to work. Nice. Where did I put all of it? Where did I put all my stuff? I put it over here. Yeah, all you do is update that one observer there, but yeah, mini-maps are 100% the best. That'll curve that. Just make sure you keep that loaded there, Alex. Just ran over the top of the campfire. Now we're chilling. Right like that. What was I doing? The last one. Now one more to fix. That's good. It's this one. Oh, I pretty much did. That's the filter's been completely done, so. Literally everything is going to this filter. You have the micros. It's the one under the table, so it's 3 slabs. Why did I lose this slab? Oh, I placed the slab alone. need a single. I still find it super weird that's what broke it. Well, not broke it, but you know what I mean. Stopped it from working. So this torch being placed again should kickstart it. Automatically crafting minecarts. Nice. And this will allow us to just grab a full inventory of minecarts, take to the new bolt, and then go back and forth. And we never need to craft minecarts or something for this hub. So say one of the bolts gets low on minecarts for whatever reason, and we need to refill them. We go to one of the corners on the bottom of the hub here, grab a handful, and it'll automatically refill itself with the use of that comparator there. So the comparator what's called essential to pause the crafter in that time frame, right? So it stops it when it's filled up to the buffer here. Once it goes back down, it'll then kickstart the crafter again. That way we're not wasting any iron and things like that, which is really, really cool and helpful for us. So this should all be working. This one should be almost filled. Once this chest is filled, it'll pause itself. This comparator will turn on. Ooh. All right, so that's all that. This one should be pretty close here. It's actually done. So I have to end in bits here. In redstone's a bit different. What do I do again? It's like the second one back is the redstone block one. Which means that redstone block goes there. This. So we turn it this way first, so it doesn't connect with that. Right up there. This will be get activator rail to get you out of the minecart. The hopper. Make those actually for the transition. Hopper will go there. I don't know what I've been doing differently, but these ones stop right there. So do the same start sequence. The observer's on the third one, or the dispenser's on the third one. I stop it right there. So I don't entirely know how this hopper line lines up, but it does. So I'm not going to question it. And this actually doesn't go there. Go. Cactus. Wait, let me do the rail curve first. That way it curves into it. And actually, I don't know why I moved that. I can stay there. Got two slabs right there. And it's all just piston stuff. Pistons, pistons, repeaters, and the blocks to power. What's Alex doing right now? Just what one he's doing. Pistons, okay. I'll do the reps. This with me. I have it. I put my other chest in the crafting table in here. There's just flew into a piston. It's fine. How you doing, Preston? Afternoon for me, but this one here is where I need the Endrons. Here we'll need the thingy, full block. Afternoon. You're this one that wakes up really late. Gotcha. I used to do that a lot, but with my job now, I kind of, well, it would suck to do that. 2 tick, 1 tick, 1 tick. You gotta put a sticky piston there. Turn on grid placement, that way we just place every other block automatically, which is really cool. Especially for something like this. Otherwise it'd be a real pain. Yeah, these piston bolts really don't have a function just for transportation. It's only this. You need one more piston here, Alex. Otherwise you won't get pushed. Yes, you're good. Gotta figure out how to do that corner redstone again. I think I have a schematic of it. I should take a schematic of just the redstone bit rather than the whole transition in the corner. Okay, so that's done. Yeah. No, this is right. Yeah, just gonna go here. Yep, it's good. Yeah, I'll share it. And just it'll be in sync. Or no, I'll just put it in general. I sent it to Rubik yesterday, right? Getting random calls from scammers. Dude, join the server within 2 seconds. You open an application. Never mind. It's been 8 minutes. Never mind. It just didn't update on my end. It like literally just showed that he opened an application. This one's just reversed. Usually it curves into the piston, but it still works if you don't do it. But it's fine. It'll still work. I'll get a schematic of the corner redstone too. That way you guys can have that. The important thing with the corner transition, if you see it here, Alex, this last and final rail has to curve towards the blocks. If it goes the other way, it's not going to work. That's the only thing to keep in mind for the corner. And everything else is pretty much fine. I think I should like align perfectly. Could have tear down one of the old bolts still. Because that one leads to the base, as you would call it, but I haven't used that thing in like forever. Get the those and slice. Do all this redstone before I forget about. Need one piston. Yes, that's how that goes. This is chest hopper. Two. And crank stuff up later once all that's done. But at least all that's there, so I'm not going to forget about that. I guess I could make an episode on this, but I don't think it's needed. I think I already did one very long time ago. I just missed the one piston here. That's fine. I have some. Gotta go against one there. That way the initial push happens. So it goes like that. Yeah. Just want to get powered. Bottom redstone, right? Yeah. You probably gotta spend a lot of terracotta to amethyst one, Rubik. Everything else should be fine. Need torches. I just need torches for the corner that I don't have already. Get more redstone dust too. Let me just have it. Servers. That's everything I need for the corner. So we need purple terracotta for the one that Rubik's doing. I don't think we have like any. Yeah. The diet. Okay, but red and blue is easy to get. Red's easy to get. Blue. What's our lapis looking like? Yes, not good. Should be fine for that though, because it's not too much. Alright, let's go do this corner. Redstone. This detector rail is what starts all of it. Let's just do this. Right. Um, I gotta mirror it. Yeah. Rotation. So the quick pulse that, but it's fine. That's everything. Hardest part is getting it in place. The rods. And then that'll be this one done. Well, minecarts, then we get this one be done. Oops, over here. I took the repeaters from this, but lighting. Yep. It's on, so it's gonna be good. I really run out. Alright, I'll get minecarts, just that's all that's pretty much left. That's exactly why we fixed those minecart crafters, because we're going to be doing a lot of business. There's not really needed like an order you have to do them in. I know Rubik's doing the farthest one right now, which is the geode. It's like about 2,000 blocks each way, so it's about 4,000 blocks. Flower and sheep will be the next farthest one. All the other ones are like within a couple, like a few hundred blocks from the hub, so they're not going to be too bad no matter which one you do. It was 932. 343. Oh wait, did I mess it up? It's fine. I can move the portal. If this one doesn't need too specific of alignment. This is the only portal we have here, so we're chilling. Whatever the center of it is right now, Rubik, we'll keep it. So it's a lot harder to move all those blocks than just the portal, so don't worry about it. Yeah, whichever you want to do, Alex. I mean, I don't mind. As long as they all get done, you know? What do we need to have them done in? As long as they all get done in some sort of way. Mark inventory full. I can fly today. That'd be nice. So we got Blaze is done. Redstone's done. Those are the ones that are completed as of right now. There's 8 more, I think. But a majority of them are not as far as Geode. Or Wool Farm's the farthest one. Geo and Wool are tied for the furthest. I gotta do the connection here. Forgot about that. I think we're short a piston here too. It's fine. That's why I carry this chest or the shulker box rather. Dropper. That's the wrong spot. Dropper's not going to do anything. I have a chest there, right? Servers. Never actually had that line up so perfectly because usually they start back further. Still power, so that's fine. Minecart fill, right? Oops. Missed that. There we go. Make sure our corner transition redstone works. Ooh. So redstone is done. Check it off the list that we do not have. Really? Well, we have a list, but it wasn't really on the list. So I didn't have it done. I'll edit this. So redstone perimeter is done. I like to are complete. Redstone's done. Blaze is done. I'm gonna take this, copy it, and move it to the bottom. That way it's easy to see. This is all the ones on this side, right? Don't think it's any more here. We do. This is general mob, that's it. What's that one look like again? Ah, orange and black. Makes sense. Is this one in mine? I forget if it is or not. No, I gotta go to that right, don't I? Somewhat. I might be able to get away with moving this portal. Magma, Blackstone, everything else should be fine. No, there's only like 2 stacks. I'll go dye them all. Yeah, you should have access to the server project channel, Alex. All the picture, or the picture of all of them, or individual pictures, are in that channel. Piston bolts to do. I'll go start the terracotta smelting for you, Rubik. I think we need about 8,000, so I'll just make 8 shulker boxes of purple terracotta. Yes, today actually, very 30 minutes into the stream or something. Yeah, there's just no purple that's naturally generated, so we don't have one storage for that. So it's what? It's only 1 die per 8, so that's really cheap. Fortune Lapis gives up to what, 32, right? When did you apply, Joker? Oh, when's the last time you applied, I could say? No, it's been over a year for you. Usually around the world tour, so that one would have been right after the first year world tour. So we're almost on the third world tour. So yeah, you had plenty of time. Yeah, that's almost 2 years later at this point. Yeah, so yeah, you're chilling. You can put another one now if you want. Now, it's not like it's gonna make a big difference to wait until after the tour. But yeah. It's usually, so say you were to apply after the 2 year world tour, then yeah, you'll wait until after the next world tour to be able to apply again. So generally it's like a year-ish or whatever, That's just, we don't have the same repeat people applying like all the time. Otherwise it's like, you're seeing the same application like a month later, and it's like, well, we already knew what we were going to do with this in the first place, so it's like you can't really do too much within 1 month of the last time you apply. Yeah, you're gonna. Just put in that date, because one of the new questions for that application is that if you applied before, just like state the last time that you did. That way we know. But yeah, you're well over that year time frame, so you're chilling. I did not have bone meat. You don't have a single bone at this fucking. We have bones. I should check that too. Got bones. This look great. 3 shoulders in the meal. So pretty shoulders. I'm going to use one, but. And we're gonna go. There's a full shoulder box. Deleted in a few seconds. So for 8 shulker boxes, I would need 8 stacks. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's up there. Wait, no, I need a full. I'm stupid. I need a full inventory. Full shoulder box. Wait, no. Purple, not red. No, I'm not. Where did I get all that lapis I just mined? Did I turn into blue dime? I did, but where the fuck? What's in here? I promise you, I'm fine. Fine. 100%. Need some more blue. Just another stack. That's fine. Black conch, yeah, let me get the other stuff first before the stuff despawns. Are we out in the duper? Is the duper completely gone again? One, two, three, five. I. Terracotta. Cool. Terracotta. This will take a while in here. Let's just burn it. Just go to the smelter for a second. Concrete bolts. Got that at least. Got about 100K in bulk. Black concrete. There's no way we went through all of that black concrete already, right? I know we'd use a lot of it, but like, there's no way. I got the terracotta, that's it. It's 100K there. How you doing, Finn? It's about 200K there, so yeah, we're chilling. We don't need to do anything right now. Fuel's running a really bit low. But it's fine. It's a lot of pistol bolts. Yeah, we're actually adding more. It's not enough. We have 8 more to do, I believe. For projects that we've completed so far. So, just a few. It's just need Crying Obby then, I think. Yeah, Crying Obby. For that one. This is what we're gonna make. So we did this one for the blaze so far. Got the duplicated in a sense for the AutoCraft one, so that's 1 there. This one will be 2 as well, but this will be for the wool and the flower. Obviously, Guardian Farm there, Spider Farm, Squid, the Airbase Perimeter, the one I'm going to work on right now, which is the General Mob Farm one. I'm going to bonk. Cool. And then this is for the Jigid one, which is what we're getting the haircut for. Made these all on yesterday's stream. And now we're actually just executing it in a sense. And just like that, we have 8 shulker boxes smelted already. Oh yeah, I forgot about this video. Combinations. We should have all of that. If not, it'll be at barter, which is really easy to get. But yeah, gotta get all these done in preparation for the 3-year world tour. Makes the tour easier. I mean, usually we would do it like for each project as we're making it to make, you know, traveling to the projects easier. But like, it's like, yeah. Gotta be in the mood to do piston bolts. They're not always the most fun things to do. Every perimeter is decorated, yes. There's nothing... Everything we wanted to complete for the 3-year world tour is done. Besides the piston bolts, which is the last thing in a sense. If the one thing that we're still slightly working on isn't done, I won't, you know, it's not the end of the world, it's just a flower farm, so it's not like we're missing anything special. One, two, three, four. Six, seven. Hold on. Full double. That's 100k right there. Use two. I mean, yeah, I'm all for the grind, but sometimes piston bolts are just like, hey, I really don't want to do this today. This gets separated so much. Bam. Three years in 3 weeks. 3 weeks. We are 3 years old. Minecraft World, 3 years old. Not me, actually, you know. Yeah, you get me. Clem's been subscribed for 10 months, dude. I appreciate that, dude. Crazy support, man. Appreciate that super, super duper much. Yeah, they're all good. Rubik and Alex are on today. Alex, we just accepted to the server today. This one's over somewhere. Here. Yeah, it wasn't too much searching for that one. It was, you know, like there was one cluster that I found on the thing, and then I was like, it was only like 5 geodes, so I was like, yeah, that's nothing. And then I went a little bit further around in that area, and then, you know. It's one of the longest bolts, so I don't think you went overkill. I mean, that will have to make today at least. You're gonna definitely need more black concrete. That's all I'm gonna say. Everything else should be fine. Let me share that corner schematic, corner transition for you. That way you guys have that. Screenshots, not schematics. What did I name it? Piston bolt corner transition. 40 years other piston things. Okay, corner is also in AC General for you, though. That way you have it. Usually about a week, just so we get everybody's feedback. Because it's not just me that reviews the applications, it's all the members of the server. That way it's not, just my decision or, no haggle. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was doing mine, the one I'm working on. But yeah, once with the world tour goes live and things like that, I expect, usually with a new thing and this and that, you gotta have an influx of applications most of the time, so it might take longer, but you're before the tour, so it should be fine. I swear I had a shulker box of like the redstone stuff that I had, and I don't know where I put it now. This tends to happen to me a lot. I've been doing it a lot recently, and I don't know why. Yes. Ah, I found it. It's you. I wanted to put a red piece of wool here. That's probably why I had it. I didn't. That's completed. Remember where every piston bolt goes? I mean, you shouldn't really. The bolts are the bolts are themed around where they go, and there's also, like Alex said, there's a banner in front of every single one that tries to help you out. Why are you being weird? That's deep slate, redstone. That will be a lazy raid if we ever make that one, but I highly doubt it. Uh, Piston Factory, B. Try to make it easy. Blaze, Air Force, Crop, Piston again, Geode one, the Geode Crystal, Squid one, Drowned. This will be for the AutoCraft one. and stuff like that. So try to theme them around. There's also the ones below, which are the older ones, you know. So the banners not be the best. These are the new ones we're about to make soon as well. But you know, bunch of stuff still do. I'm gonna Carson 1-2 now, which will be nice. I think Carson actually did pretty much all the blues. Because it was like basically done when I logged back in. There's four. There's V4. We've only built 3 of them. But this one will be the one that replace all of the factories in a sense, because this will be for all redstone stuff. Because it creates all the stuff on site, making the crafting a whole lot easier. Which is the one we just finished. Like the last project we finished. This one over here, Carson. Very cool. Getting distracted. This one. Oh, 5. You might need the portal to 105, just to be sure. There's still parry wall? Wait, what do you mean? 105, 145. Build right now? No. We just had piston bolts to do for the world tour. And then we're all chilling. Because everything's done. All the projects we planned to have done are basically done. There's one small thing, but that's not, you know, I'm not gonna rush that. It's close, so it'll be done. But everything else is done, which is cool. That way we can just focus on this. But you know, after the 3-year world tour, yeah, we'll have some things to do, of course, because we're gonna keep going. But for now, there's no point in starting on the projects that we know we're not going to get done for the 3-year world tour, right? We might as well finish the things that we need to have done for the tour. So focusing on those first is the most logical thing. We got raided earlier, so they might be lurking from Sin's channel. It was the one that raided us. Lots of people lurked. It's part of Twitch and what keeps Twitch alive. Lurkers are amazing. I do it all the time too. Like sometimes I won't even just chat. I'll just sit there and just begin somebody's stream, you know? So you're just watching, but you're not chatting. Like for me, I usually always have something up, whether it's another stream or, you know, like a series on Netflix, Disney Plus, or things like that. And yeah, it's also a nice way for the server members. That way they don't have to like go into the chat. They just type in game here because, you know, they're already here. I could do a VC with them too if they wanted to. I generally just don't go into them. It's when I'm streaming. But, you know, if people want to, you know, it's always an option. Just join the Discord. Looks. So this should be in line now. Inlet Weeks got connected concrete. No. What do you mean by connected concrete? I don't think that's a thing. You mean like concrete powder? No. This is default concrete. You got some weird resource specs. Oh, I think this rail line's backwards. It's supposed to curve to the left first. Because the piston's here, it's not going to push it. Oh, the rail line's also wrong. God damn it. Didn't end the right way. There are a lot of builders now. You mean like decorators? No, it's not. Well, it's not just the rotating cactus, Rubik. It has to curve a certain way for the transition to work. So you can't have two of them the same direction, I don't think. Can we modify it to... I think it could be modified, maybe. So this one has to end here. Like, turn that way. Maybe it could be modified. piston. No, that piston can't push forward. I don't think a minecart gets extended or gets pushed against the piston face. Let's see. I thought. Oh, because the piston goes here, right? Doesn't move it, so annoying. It's like we'll have to. I can't even do that with the redstone block there. No, not that one, Carson. That's the map art one, so it's actually this one by the magma here. -48, -1. If I can modify this somehow, though, that would make it a lot easier to not have to have it end on a certain spot. But if I put a block there, I can't have a piston here, because that would push to that, right? So that means the minecart would get stuck there. So I would have to, like, push the block up. No. Yeah, but yeah, that texture pack there, Alex, that's definitely you. Because my cover does not have that. That looks so weird. No, the concrete is purple. Fix the pack, okay, cool. No, the concrete's purple. Everything's purple for this one. You have to have that piston there. No, don't close that. That channel needs to stay open. Yeah, keep the channel open for the application. Just keep it up here. Be good for concrete powder. And Carson, we can always move that portal. I mean, I know it has to be rotated anyway, but the portal for that doesn't have to be, like, exactly there. So if we need to move it, we can. Do I want to... Six. I don't remember. I don't remember the youngest one, but just don't put your age in chat. Twitch TOS. Can't have you do that. Well, yeah, we know that one. I think you and Polt would probably be the oldest. Because Polt has kids. Or at least that kid, I think. That's what I'm saying, Carson. I don't even imagine these people here. Right, so how do I want to do this redstone here? Here? No. Yes. I need two tick pulse here, don't I? Yeah, I'll have to do something with this. Uh, uh, let's just see if this works first off. that's right, 'cause it's only a 1 tick. Shit. It's an old song too. Candy Drop? Candy Paint, rather. Old Fast and Furious songs, man. It's just so difficult for me to think about. Can I just do... Shit. What you should build? Depends what you have, man. What you have, what you need. That's what I base my projects on. Just something bunk. Fair enough. I guess it's like the only thing I can really do for that. This should hopefully stay out of the range of the other redstone. That's also the main goal too, right? If it stays out of the range, so I can just do that. Yeah, I think Happy made one. I never did it. Still quick pulse. Need to have this at 2 tick then. So now it's there. It should go. Yep. It's a little bit slow. Alright, awesome. Can you make that faster? Yes. You can. I think. I'm gonna invert the signal. Can't have it there, because that powers that. Alex. Oh wait, no. Yeah, I meant in chat. He was asking about the newest member. I said Alex. It's still delayed. Well, it's delayed because it looks delayed, I guess. And this should not interfere with any redstone. Because this is the most part on this side here, I think. Let's see. This one has it. It doesn't end. Like I said it should. But it still works. But for all the ones I've tested, it always had to end curved like that. Yes, I want to keep going like that. So this one I'll make it a bit different. So like wait, what? What do you mean, Ruben? No, yeah, it's fine. I'll just have to do a couple manual and then you can build the machine again. There's just some, you can't have the corner transition and then go into this. It's a bit weird to do it afterwards. So you do this corner, then do a couple manual ones, and then you can start the thingy when you build it. It's a bit weird. Yeah, I want to make sure this one works before anything. Boom. Alex, so to do that, it's you have to have fast block placement on face, and then it's my hotkey for N. It's needed. And adjacent. So you're gonna hold down the adjacent key with fast block placement on face, and you can go like this. Like you're playing Bedrock almost, because you can build right in front of you. Resting blocks. Should be no space. So if this works, then we can have the transition no matter what. And it looks like the redstone doesn't interfere, which is big. That way, no matter which way it ends, if it ends the correct way, with it being one block over like this, then you can have the regular transition, and if not, you can have this transition instead. That way, no matter what, you don't get to like reposition the bowl or things like that. You do it automatically. You do what exactly automatically? This will be all automatic once it's done. That's the whole goal. It wasn't bad to start out, and now it's gone like that's just going slowly downhill. Yeah, we can curve them automatically, yeah. I just did it to start off because we need clearance of the machine, right? I can't build a machine where we already have this stuff. If I did it manually, just go up there. That way we have clearance. I think they were talking about their app for the server like you did. Yeah, it'll be like a full week most of the time, especially since I'm streaming and stuff, right? Definitely can't review while I'm streaming. That's for sure. That should still work, right? That looked like it worked. No. Not entirely there, dude. Because you're so close to the... Yeah, I mean, you can't really change too much about your app in 2 weeks. So, when if I deny in this time period, then I'll change it to like, after the 3.5 year or 4 year, whatever we do. So, mm, no, not that I know of, at least. Wait, yeah, it is wrong. Yeah, it's fine. Thought I did the wrong thing. Yeah, I mean, I haven't found a way to do it without holding down the key personally, so I mean, I don't think so. Ozzy showed me it the first place, and I don't think there's a way to go around that. Yeah, playing without any, like, screenshots is a bit rough. Oh yeah, well you're doing this. I thought you were doing like yeah, but this you just have on a layer mode, and you can just only place on that one layer. When you asked about the thing in front, I thought you meant like when you were doing like the black concrete, for example, because that's the annoying level to do. That one's where I'll hold the key. With this, I'll turn it to layer mode, and I'll just go across like this, and just hold down left click or right click. Z+6 is layer, Z+2 is face. Pistons. I'll do the stuff. What's this one for? I don't have any banners there. Why are we doing it? What's this? Oh, before you saw the banner. That's some valuable concrete there, Rubik. Yeah, I bet we get mine in that. Nothing to do right now. Just to skip the song. Okay, cool. I didn't want to listen to the song anyway. It's fine. Pistons. Okay. Uh, oh, wait, does the piston bolt work? Like this. Oh. That one does deserve a bump. Oh, that's gonna be weird because I can't place a concrete powder there, so it'll just fall. But I'll have to do that then. I don't know if this works like this. I guess we're gonna find out. Fast block place on and just a whole stack of rockets. This fast block position shouldn't work with rockets. That shouldn't be the case. It's on a block. Probably had fast right click on. Different things. Yeah, slightly different things. Is there remix? Yeah, definitely remix. It looks okay. I guess we're gonna find out. But yeah, just for future reference, guys, they both need to start going to the left. Curve to the left. It goes into the piston. Yeah, it's not, but it don't line up right, so it's good for a test. We'll call this the test bolt. As long as it works, we're fine. I mean, it's the first corner, so as long as the first corner works, we can fix it for the next one, so it's not bad. This is the short one, so which is why I'm just testing it now. The other one's the other straightaway is like over 1,000 blocks long, so. Shit. How long is the longest bolt? Like I don't think it's 10 minutes. 10 minutes there and back, probably. No. Not this one. I think Wither Skelly is the longest. I want to say it's about like 8 minutes. Well, 4 minutes to get there, 4 minutes to get back. It's open to guess. I don't know entirely though. I probably tested it before, but I don't remember. Things are done. Do the rips. Infinite rockets? Not entirely. The only thing that's happening is just I don't have to refill them. And that's all thanks to item shadowing. We have a shulker box unloader at main storage, which is loaded. Well, the shadow hall of main storage is loaded. And every time I use one, it gives me a new one in a sense. Because my stack is linked to the one in the upper minecart that's underneath the shulker box, so I'm just gotta constantly refill it. So eventually I'll run out when I run out of rockets inside of that slice for, you know, the loader or the unloader. But until then, it looks like, yes, I have infinite rockets. But no, not technically infinite now. It's one of the best features they added because, you know, building large-scale contraptions is pretty terrible. This way you're allowed to, like, have, like, a bigger inventory, quote-unquote. But then Mojang removed it, so, you know. You can, of course, add it back with mods and things like that, but it's, I mean, personally, I don't think it would feel the same. I'm not in the new versions anyway, so I don't have to experience that, but I don't think it would feel the same to have like a mod for that. But I would definitely use it because going back to not having shadowed stuff probably would make me not want to play the game anymore. That's how useful it is, not just for rockets and, you know, pork chops, but, you know, like the overall quality of life that it gives you. If I were to play without it, they need to do something with the inventory right now because it sucks for doing large scale projects. I mean, it even sucks for early game, to be honest, too. Yeah, 117. 117.1. What's the mod called? I actually have no idea. I've heard of it, that there's a mod for it. Like, implements it back into the game. Something to do with shadow, and 100% is going to be in the name. It'll probably be with carpet too, if I had to guess. But I don't know entirely what that would be called, though. So for the roof, I don't know if you were here last night, Rubik. Do the one in the center first. One down the middle. And then Alex can go on the sides and like place the two. Middle, and then you can go on the sit on top of the terracotta there, and then place the two the extra on the side there. That way it's easier to build. Update that server after the 3-year? No. If we do update, it's a possibility around the 4-year birthday. Definitely not updating for the 3-year birthday. There's still so many things I want to do. Or that we want to do as a server, so. And we'll be I'm gonna try to stream the Minecon Live, whatever they call it nowadays, whatever Minecraft Live, I don't know. I'm gonna try to stream that. That's like October something. And then we'll get like some insight of what we're gonna expect in 1.21, right? That way, if we're excited for 1.21, then more than likely we're gonna update. If it's not anything interesting for technical play or this and that, probably not gonna update. It depends on what the server thinks. Yes, you can get carpet mod for a single player world. Just have it installed in your mods folder and things like that. Works the same. It seems to work, so I guess if we have a situation where it doesn't end like the schematic, you can use this and it works. Not for you, it's a friend. Yeah, asking for a friend question, sure, but I'm kidding. It's fine. Alex. For the edges here, instead of having to go back twice, you can use the face and just walk like this. You can place both at the same time. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, perimeters will need to be twice the depth. It's not so much running the road eater for half, like double the height. It's more the fact that the trenches and, this and that just be... The game's a whole different thing at this point. At that point, like, so it's like... Eh. take a schematic of this, that way I have this. Yeah, the whole terrain stuff, the largest. I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks good, but from a technical player's point of view, it's not great. With a deco, sort of that too, yeah. Oh yeah, if we do update, pretty much anything we have is useless, right? Besides the 1K void perimeter, everything else is useless. Uh, he should be fine with that. I don't think it does anything more different than fast block placement. I think it's the same, basically. Other pristine. It's a lot less than if it works. I mean, it works, so I ain't gonna complain about it as long as the server doesn't come to a fucking halt. Minecraft medics, some things. Rails don't align correctly. Use this instead. Useless? Exactly. Like, well, we'll basically we'll probably do what Sidecraft did and just like start over in quotation marks, but still keep the world. Because I'm not taking down all of the decos for each individual thing and then having to extend the perimeter down and then rebuild the deco twice as high. It's just not happening. Not anything anybody on the server wants to do. 100%. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to break bedrock. For like 3 years straight, and then just to update. Like, no, nobody wants to do that. Yeah, the AutoCraft Spirals, Rubik would be like, yeah, no, good luck. I ain't doing that shit. I mean, the only really reason why I banned fast right click, Alex, is the fact for like manual mining. That's really the only reason why I fast right click. I'm like, I don't really want to use that. But if you're like building and it's more reliable, then yeah, go ahead. Feel free to do it. But I just don't like the mining aspect of it. I mean, yeah, any Minecraft world will run out of stuff to do at some point. We'll be there at some point too for 117. It'll just take a while because not the most efficient of doing this way or that way or things like that. So, are you doing rotons? There's no luck here. There's really nothing for sidecraft at this point for me. They just don't have. It's not the sidecraft that I used to know, right? Everything that I liked about sidecraft is because it was like you could do it if you wanted to, right? And it was just like things that nobody would do. And it was just like, you know, over the top. There was projects, you know. Now it's all about they're doing everything with like water in the nether or unobtainable blocks. So it's like nobody wants to follow a server that does that. It's just like you really can't do anything with it. Like it might be enjoyable to watch sometimes, but at the same point, like, people watch my content or anybody else like technical Minecraft is that because you could do it if you wanted to, right? Like you're not doing anything stupidly complicated. You're just putting a lot of effort into the grind. And with sidecraft, it's always like the water and the nether stuff. Everything was designed around that, or placing bedrock, or all this other stuff. Like, and then ever since they updated, they had like what the 2 weeks that they had content for, and then it's just been dead. Like nothing's really happened on sidecraft. But yeah, this is the end with this bolt, Rotons. We got plenty to do to catch up for projects. Well, they did update. They updated to 119 or 20. I don't remember which one they did. They updated. It's just that they didn't start to do anything. They started to work on what, like the cactus farm, and then I've never heard anything since. They're 119. That's what I thought. It's like, you know, they're not doing anything. So you wanted to update, and you updated, and then nothing's coming at this point, really. Especially from Mango. Mango's been doing like this modded stuff, and I just, for me personally, I can't stand modded. I don't like it. Like actual modded Minecraft with like, you know, what are they called? ATF or FTD or Skyblock or whatever the hell it is. I just personally don't like it. That's not the reason why I liked Minecraft in the first place. I like vanilla because it's default. And it's what got me into the game. It's just, you know, regular Minecraft. So it's hard for me to even like sort of like modded. Like I could maybe watch it for a little bit, but sometimes I'm like, this really doesn't really interest me too much. I couldn't really explain to you why, besides the fact that I didn't like any of it growing up. I only liked vanilla. First aid parry, just let the objective stay and move things under it. No. I just look weird. Look way too weird to have just terrain to be the decoration to be like there's no point of the decoration in the first place. If we do update, we will go to a different area in this world. I feel like we do the same thing that Sidecraft did. We would just get like a main storage built up and a perimeter, and then, you know, we go from there. We keep everything that we have, like, material-wise. I wouldn't start over from everything. I would do that, but... Oh, yeah, it's 100% better than having to do the decorations. It just wouldn't be feasible with how many of them, how many perimeters that we have. So I ain't doing that. Nobody's gonna do that. We have to remove all the decoration first. And then, yeah, what Rubik said is that even if we did all the decoration, moved it down, all the bedrock break it, all the new terrain or whatever, the farm still would be useless because it's 64 blocks higher than it should be at Y0 or Y5, whatever they are. So, how many what perimeters? What, at least 40? Break the stuff under the deco with tunnel bores and the rest with the road eater. Well, no, you can't tunnel bore underneath the deco because the floor deco's at bedrock level, like one above bedrock. Like underneath this would be bedrock. So no, you can't. Just a little bit. Damn, you guys are going fast. I can't even get out of this thing. But that would be so stupid, to be honest. Now, it's like it's at that point you're just bringing so much more effort. I forgot to tell you, I didn't put it in the picture there for this one. We'll do end rods for this. For the lights. Okay. Yeah. So not only would you have to do that, we have to extend the deco down. And some of the decos are like a fade, for example. I can't extend this down. It would go from red to yellow to red. then extending these pillars down. Already took this, building this what to Y100 took Rubik like a full week to do these pillars because they're one of the most annoying pillars to do. And then doing it again, 64 more blocks? No. And that's just one perimeter. There's like 40 in the overworld. Like, I'm good. I'm good, man. There's no point. It makes more sense. I go somewhere else, start again, better farms, builds, many things. Exactly. Like, there's so many different things that we can do differently without having to restart the world. Like, we would do the, like, for example, a lot of the starter farms, like, we would do that differently because, you know, we wouldn't do starter farms, we would do, like, endgame farms, things like that, right? We wouldn't do all this other stuff. The other hub would be redesigns. The spawn wouldn't really be like a spawn anymore because we don't have a spawn besides here. I would do the beef farm differently. I would do raid farm. I would do different crop thing. Drown would probably be a little bit differently. Squid would be the same probably. Spider would be things like that. Not necessarily, no. It wouldn't be restarting. We would just go to a different area of the world because I don't think most people would enjoy an early game again. Me personally, I don't like early game. That's not why I play Minecraft. I do it for the late game stuff. Because there's some different things you could do. Early games, not for me. Use this to do post every day. Yeah, the Shadow Hall would be something we could do as well. A lot of things we would do differently. That's to say the least. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to go and stand up, stretch a little bit. Back. I don't think anybody's like standing still too much. But yeah, we got this one working, so that's good, and we'll work on transitioning here, and then we'll go for the long one here, all the way down. And we'll have to do it all backwards again. Yeah, I'll stay here. They might come in and out of render distance and things like that, so we'll see. But yeah, I will be right back. Alright. He's big. No, I don't got any more end rods. There should be some, though. I remember Rubik smelting some of the pop cores. It's not going to be enough to finish the bolt. I don't think, at least. It might, depending on how much you got done on the first layer. Did we finish the full first layer? It might be cutting it close then. But they're both here. Right in front of the banners. I need to do something, right? It was doing over here. Okay, yeah, I mean, it should be okay then. We'll definitely need more for other ones, but for now, it's fine. Alright, yeah, pistons. Stuff, basically the whole shebang with the middle section. Even the longest one, like, now will definitely make the other ones feel a lot less in terms of like how much I would have to work for those. This one's taking you like hours, but with the other ones will be done in like split. That's why you started on it. It's like when we went from the 1K perimeter back to like a 272, it was like, okay, this is not a big perimeter at all. Gotta watch the 2-year world tour here preparation. You want to watch that on stream? Do I have music in my? I don't think I added that to. Yeah, no, nothing on there. I'll lower this when I watch it. I'll do like a watch party. Okay, well that text doesn't really fit right now. Watching here. Like, window. We were watching a Doc's video before. Last time I had this open. I don't have Spot. No, why do I should be here? This one will have that. So that is that. And I don't really need music playing. I'll have that playing. Alright, so before this world tour video starts, I just want to say thank you to all of you guys for the continued support for the 2 years now that has been up and running here. This is something that, like I said before, if you were here at the start of the series, you know how audio is. If I need to raise it or things like that, you would know that this was not originally planned to be a server, but with all the support and stuff like that, we created it as a server and things like that. So this world would not be where it is without you guys. So thank you again for everyone that does that. All the server members on the server that actually make AutoCraft what it is, because it's not just me. Trust me, it is not just me. I'm the only one that makes the videos for this stuff, but it was a lot that you guys, if you're on the Discord and stuff like that, you do know everything that goes on behind the actual YouTube video and things like that. So thank you to those and everybody, of course, that's all in the YouTube, Twitch, anything like that. If you are any way related to AutoCraft at all, I greatly thank you and appreciate your support. And I hope we continue that for the years to come. Now, that being said, this world tour is slightly scuffed. For the reason my OBS, every time I launch it, decides to default to a audio or a mic, for this matter, device that does not, that is not my Blue Yeti, which I use. Did I have to voice over this? There's no way, right? Did I really have to voice over this? to record with. I did not notice this until near to the very end of the tour, so I will be having to do a voiceover.
That's crazy.
The actual tour. You can still hear everybody else in the Discord, but for a reason, my OBS decided not to record my audio. So my options are very limited. If I DH, one of our special guests here was recorded or was streaming the tour, so I can take the audio from them. Obviously, the audio quality
I didn't do that.
less because it's through Discord, and then there is some music in the background there. So what I'm going to do instead is just do a voiceover. It's not going to be great, but I do apologize for that. But this is my really only options to do for this, unfortunately. So you'll see when it kicks back in, of course, it'll feel more natural than me doing a voiceover. But this world tour won't be your best, to say the least. But we do cover the farms and things like that, so you will get to see the farms actually working, which was voted on you guys in the Discord. So yeah, I'll get out of your way. We have a long world tour ahead of us.
I forgot it was scuffed this bad.
Into that.
Guess it's been a year or so.
Alright, today we have a very special episode of it being the 2-year world tour. This is AutoCraft's 2-year world tour, which is hardly hard to believe that AutoCraft is 2 years old on this day that this video is being posted. So October 9th was the first video back in 2020. That's really hard to say. This series being completely started, all that stuff. Of course, it was started in a single player world, but now has since evolved into a server setting. Firstly, I do want to thank Inventor and DH for participating in this world tour. They are here in us on the Discord here. My Discord overlay is not working today.
This was good that I had this script, though. Otherwise, I would have not remembered what I said for the most part. Because with the tours, I usually make a script in case other people want to talk at other different locations. And if I didn't have that, I would not know what to say again for what goes where. Because sometimes, you improvise and you make your own stuff. But at least having the simple guideline of understanding what exactly was said, I would be screwed.
Unfortunately, so we can't see them and everything like that. But they are here, I assure you that. For those that don't know, Inventor and DH here are both server members on the Mechanic server, which will of course have a link down in the description down below.
R.I.P. Mecha, man.
The stuff that we will cover today will of course be linked in the description down below and things like that. But the top two will be DH and Inventor, followed by Mechanist, and then things like that. For those that don't know, AutoCraft, we are a 117 technical SMP server. Like I did say before, this world did start as a single player world 6 months before the series on YouTube started to take off. After that, it was open to close people that have supported me since the start, and then has since, at the 1-year world tour, been open to people. As you can see, we have multiple server members now as well. Now with there being more server members and stuff, we can actually do even crazier projects than I have done before by myself and everything like that. So this allows me to do a lot more stuff on the server like that. A couple of things before we start off. That CS command is available to all of you so that you can get closer and see better projects. That also makes it a little bit easier to go look at some things that could be far away, and we will have spectators that generate chunks. That way we can get close to things and not interfere with stuff like that. I will also be glowing throughout the tour with the arrows, so if you do get lost, you can always just look for the glow in person, or if you want to ask, you can always have one of us TP you to us. That way you can keep you for the tour. This is, of course, is a copy of the world. That way we can obviously do stuff in here we wouldn't really do in the actual survival world. We'll just revert it back to the backup we took before the store. The thing, we will only be covering the projects we completed with after the 18-month tour and to the current time. That is mainly due to everything that already being covered beforehand, which you will of course find the other tours linked in the description down below as well. First thing we're going to cover here is our spawn perimeter. This was of course completed a long time ago, but is still very important to a technical SMP server. Now it may just look like a very empty perimeter, but of course I will assure you there is a beneficial factor to it. For those that don't know, your world, if you're on Java and a vanilla or Fabric server,
your spawn is always loaded. The MSBT at the top left there on the middle of my screen, that is our MSBT while idle while having that many players online. Now that is not usually the case for most servers because obviously your spawn is loaded all the time. This, with our spawn, is completely clear, so there is nothing really blocking this at all. There's less stuff for the game to process and everything like that, so the server runs at a lower MSBT, which is overall better performance. The lower the MSBT, the better the performance of the server is. Now we will head to the Nether Hub here and check that out. Alright, so this is another hub. It has not changed much since the previous world tours, of course, besides the addition of new bolts. The only main difference is the, of course, addition of the second floor there, which
That bolt is so bright.
by slime launchers and things like that, but everything else has mainly stayed the same. On both ends there, we do have the switches for the mob switches. So one is, of course, for the Nether, and then the north side, of course, is for the overworld then. This allows us to control everything from the one central area, especially the Nether switch that is over 1,000 blocks away, while the overworld one is right next to spawn. This makes use of our chunk loading line here. We do, of course, have one go into the main storage, but this main two are for the mob switches themselves. Now, yes, it is a very, very slow design, but it does allow us to automatically use the system that I created so that upon a server restart, it will automatically turn on the mob switches without any player interaction needed at all. This, of course, is a huge quality of life thing to have, because if we make a backup on the server or need to shut the server down for any reason, then this will start that up automatically without anybody needing to go towards the switch or to press the button in the main hub themselves. So yes, of course, these switches were created before the shulker duplication was a thing, so they are weather-based switches. And something I did add for the logic part is that no matter what state the switch is in, it will send the correct signal, either 1 or 2 pulses down that line there, to allow the switch to turn on no matter what. Now there is it actually.
I don't think I have watch time
here from when we moved the first switch, which was really close to the hub, which was a dumb decision. But as you can see here, there are some witherheads just completely stuck in the bedrock. It's just a weird landmark that we have.
This is still there.
Never understood how these got there, because all we did was kill the withers that were there. And it may be because my game crashed when I swiped them all with the sword for the last time. Don't still entirely know how it happened, so if someone does know, please let me know in the comments down below. This still makes no sense to me at all. But if we were to keep it, I would like to keep it, and we would get rid of all the bedrock around it and like keep it as a landmark to like show like the weirdness of Minecraft and what it can be, which will of course be connected to the hub at some point if we do choose to do that.
Very odd. Yeah, you can like see what direction they're facing with like F3B. Very odd.
And we have just a random Glock floating in the sky. Gotta love the connection issues from everybody across seas from where the server is located. So
Very sus. Oh. Yeah.
Alright, first we will head to the main storage perimeter. This is of course accessed by piston bolts. We use these mainly for the quality of life for longer distance destinations, because you can just get in the minecart, hit a button, and be automatically transported to your destination without needing any input from the player. Now yes, these are not Inspector Talon's demi bolts and things like that. These were obviously created before that was invented and shown off. We don't really plan to upgrade them because obviously there's probably close to 100,000 blocks of blocks traveled with piston bolts in this
That's
world.
pretty true.
So that would take quite a long time to do, and we already have them and they're functional, so it's not really necessary. We still love you, Inspector Talon, but upgrading all our bolts or even doing it for new bolts wouldn't really make sense to me personally, because it wouldn't fit in with the rest of the bolts and it would just look really weird. Maybe on the second layer we would do that, but for now we'll keep the regular ones and head to our updated main storage perimeter. You can of course fly the same
down the path of the bolt. It is, of course, faster than the bolt itself, but like I said, it is mainly for the quality of life. Those that may know, this storage perimeter should have been completed a lot earlier than it was. If it was not for Dazi on our server, we would probably have just copied a server's main storage, which of course is not ideal to do, because when you make a storage, you generally want to make it around what your personal or server needs are. Whereas someone's storage they designed for a different storage server or things like that are mainly designed for them, not what you are going to use it for, where items are located, what items go into bulk or chest halls, other things you can have, like, mass crafters, restock stations, furnace arrays, ruin areas, things like that. All really what you should want to have in a main storage, not what someone else created for you, which is why we always suggest if you can make your own, do that. That way you can make it tailored to yourself and things like that. Of course, we have designs from the Storage Sec Archive Discord for the storage itself. The layout is what Dazi and myself did actually work on for this storage here. Now, the main layout of the storage has not changed. It's mainly down to the systems inside the storage itself, that being the bulk and the item unloaded array, which we will talk about in a little bit. But our main storage here should have been completed a lot earlier than it actually was. Of course, designing your own main storage does come at a cost if you're trying to understand everything that goes on in the main storage, which is a lot. Personally, I don't understand most of it at all, but Dazi
Still don't.
as well. We, of course, have Andrew's mass crafter here attached to the storage here. It mainly isn't used a lot, but it is very beneficial. Before we had all the AutoCrafters and things like that for the redstone components and everything else we would need it for. We, of course, have a shadow hall, so you can notice in my hotbar, my rockets and pork chops are not going down at all. The pork chops are the fire hearts, but that's a texture pack that I have for myself. And that just keeps my restocks, everything like that, all up without me needing to go into a shulker box to get it as well. This is one of my newest AutoCrafters. This is the mass decrafting array. So what this is used for is mainly for redstone blocks to redstone dust, iron blocks to iron ingots, things like that. And it has a speed of up to 1 million per hour with only 27 crafting tables there. Now that is achieved based to the hopper minecarts underneath the tables there. But that speed is honestly quite insane to have. It's not used often, but if we need a lot of redstone dust for pistons, for example, this would be the thing to add. Now we are in 1.17, so these cobwebs could be swapped out for powdered snow, but we haven't really needed to do that at all because it hasn't been used, like I said. All in all, one of the very fun projects to actually design and attach to the main storage for make it that own personality enhancement to the storage for
Personality. What the fuck am I
We,
talking
of
about?
course, have the new unloader array I was talking about here. This is a parallel item unloader array that we attach to here. What this does is allow us to unload multiple different item types at the same time for the main storage, basically giving us the potential to greatly reduce the time it would take to unload all the items we would put into the storage without a lot of stuff like that. So if we need to unload stone, cobblestone, a bunch of concrete boxes from the main storage or from projects, we can just put it back in the main storage much quicker than we usually could with everything else. And then under the chest hole, if we were to get a bulk of a certain item, that would of course go to shulker box loaders. That way we can then put those into the bulk if it has a slot. If not, it goes to the item overflow. That way.
Yeah. So they're usually
in any case.
the shadow halls mainly, for me at least, is used for the rockets and such. We also have been using it recently for deco projects that have a lot of the same colors. So like Rubik always has black concrete shadowed in one of their slots. Now the reason for that being is because we use black concrete like all the time. So it makes sense to have that shadowed. That way, if you ever need it, you don't need to have it on them in a sense. They can have it the one stack shadowed, and then they're good to go. So they don't got to worry about anything like that. I'm never going to worry about filling it up unless the slot in the storage, for example, in his unloader spot runs out, that would be the only time you would have to go and like restock that unloader up in a sense. So it's essentially turning one stack into like hundreds and hundreds of shulker boxes, right? So it's huge benefit, quality of life thing to have.
Case. And this is, of course, all loaded by a chunk loading array on the top here. There is one, of course, for the shadow itself. And
Are all
then
these
we have
rails
the
done?
storage components for the actual storage, which are loaded. You can see the crafter and something like that aren't really chunk loaded. If you are there, you need a player there present anyway. So there's really no need for it. Which is all, of course, if we wanted to make something a little bit better, we would obviously raise this perimeter to a full render distance perimeter. That way we don't, if a player is here, there is less lag on the server, but it's mainly chunk loaded anyway, but that is something we could do. Decoration, of course, is a custom render I had for the server members at the time for the floor there, and just gives it a little bit more personality to AutoCraft itself. And then the walls we have here, the fire in the center, and then the orange and yellow theme for AutoCraft itself, which was, of course, designed by server member Happy. It's very clean.
We're bringing out a little bit more, guys.
And very much needed for the server. There is, of course, the input here for the player. So you have the bulk boxes and the mix boxes, and then loose items go into that shulker box there. Dazi, of course, added a lot of lamp indicators for not only himself, if anything goes wrong, but for players that do understand. And we have the chunk loading, or the shulker box return there on the side, and then various items or systems on the side for Dazi to use. Now on each bolt, we do have a return on the top here to head back straight to the nether hub. This is very convenient because bolts are only one direction usually, and this one allows us to go back from the location that we already traveled to.
How many members are there
Now
now?
we will head to our...
I think there's about 15-ish. Okay, this is not bad to attention, so yeah, we're good.
next destination, which will be our finished gas perimeter.
Inventor's wearing my head right now.
This is shown based off the decoration for the bolt itself, or the banner on the front of the bolt, which is usually themed to the area that we're going. So you can see this has a gas face on it with a little bit of a blue accent for the Soul Sand Valley, which this perimeter was made in.
Banner idea is pretty good. You can usually it's pretty obvious what they are. And Mechanist, we were doing mostly map arts for them. You can get a little more custom, but it's definitely a lot more things, a lot more work to do, and not really worth it.
Alright, so we are at our finished gas perimeter. This was, of course, shown off in the 18-month world tour, but we did not have the full project finished. The walls are not all the way to the roof, and as you can see now, we do have the full bedrock roof broken above the actual perimeter itself, which did take a little bit of time. This full breaking of the roof was not needed at all. All you really need to do is break above the farm itself to get the spawn-in spaces, like we've done with the gold farm and things like that. But we wanted to break the full bedrock roof here for the decoration to go up a little bit higher, and of course, just for that extra wow factor of the perimeter. So, of course, it is a very simple Y0 portal spend farm, relatively easy to do, but something you can't see here is that the whole floor is glass. That's due to my invisible glass texture pack there, but it still functions the same way. It just gives it a little bit cleaner look for the YouTube videos and things like that. Something you will notice on the farm here is there are some glass blocks on the very outer portals. That is due to some miscommunication within server members that this needed to be chunk aligned for that very reason, so the outer portals don't work. So we just have a couple of glass blocks of those to stop the spawning in that area. Not ideal, but it is still functional and still relatively fast for a 2x2 chunk of area for the spawn-in pad. Now it does use the most optimized layout. That is because we can space the portals out every other 2 blocks. So that gives us the gas that still spawns anywhere in the spawn-in pad, enough room for them to spawn and immediately get transported to the overworld. So because the portal does count as a block in height, if there isn't a portal there, it'll spawn a little bit faster because it is still lower in the world. Because if you don't know, mob spawning starts at the lowest part of the world and works its way up to the highest, is only the lowest block possible. then of course it's a lot quicker with the successful spawns for the farm itself.
Can't speak to that to work.
It is a very dumbed down version of it, but there are other explanations on YouTube if you would like to see that as well. We will now head to the overworld side, which is on the top here, and show that off before we do start the farm in action. So if we head down here, we have the overworld side, which is of course in another perimeter. This is not even needed at all either, but it does allow us to make this cool castle decoration in the center here, which of course has a gas theme to it. Now this was actually designed by Happy, one of our server members on the server here. Originally was a desert theme, but is now a soul sand theme.
Yeah, that looks really cool. I like all the like Soul Sand Valley themed blocks.
So we have the quartz, the bones, the soul sand, and everything like that to make it that theme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a really cool building.
I do need to set up the actual farm itself, the TNT looting, so I will do that and then be back. Alright, now that should be the correct arrow position here. We're going to test it out, make sure this is all working before we obviously start the spawning of the ghast again. And there we go. The TNT did get lit, which is what we want. And now we'll go down here. I'll just use myself to this test here. And you'll want to use interval 8, any interval of 8 for this. Now, the pushers did get messed up again, but that's not to worry. That was just to offset them a little bit. So we'll use 80 ticks, which is 4 seconds, which gives the items enough time to go down. And you see we have the gas spawning back in now.
Burn, that's going to be a little bit of a problem.
And the XP usually just gets split up, but because there's multiple players on the platform, it will go towards the players and get stuck there, unfortunately. But yeah, the farm is fully running now, as you can see. What we do here is we down excel the gas that come to the portal. It's a bit lowered, that way we get the drops to get funneled into storage there.
One of my favorite systems.
And then we, of course, attached Comedy's adjustable TNT looting area, so there's not a required limit or required speed of TNT. You can use it for any interval that you would like with a multiple of 8. So you could use the TNT every 800 game picks if you wanted to, but with our speed of the farm, we really can't do that. 80 game picks is probably the highest I would go with this EOL farm that we have. That is just due to the amount of gas that we would then get. We don't want them to die of suffocation damage, of course. And as you can see here, this storage is only built for processing 1 gas per tick. But as you can see here, with the TNT looting, it is more than the storage can actually handle, unfortunately. But really don't need much gunpowder or gas here. It's really just built for the farm itself, which is still a cooler processing area that we could have done. Now you do see most of the people using player sword looting, or you have the regular suffocation damage that is done for these gas farms. One's a little bit different, which I think we did achieve with this TNT looting area. Of course, we have auto-crafting, which does justify to us that we can use the TNT looting, because we can supply the player with more TNT than they actually use. So we actually make a profit on TNT as well as a profit on gunpowder. So this, to us, justifies us using the TNT looting, and it's overall a really satisfying thing to watch run for hours on end. Now there is a slight bit of loss with the farm because we didn't down excel them far enough in a sense to where unfortunately some of the items do go back to the nether because if gas goes through the wrong game tick, the TNT exploding, it will send the drops and XP back to the nether. But we have tested this farm for numerous days and it has not crashed the server, so nothing to be worried about. It's just a slight loss of inefficiency with the farm, but it's not too big of a deal all in all. So we will now course the farm off, tell my player to stop using the TNT, and then we will head to our next area. Alright, back at the hub, we will now head to our next destination, which you could probably guess is our updated creeper perimeter. This is, of course, another thing that was shown off in the 18-month world tour, but it's not since been finished either until now. So we will get in the piston bolt here and head to the destination, which is about 1,000 blocks away in the nether, so it is quite a distance away in the overworld. Those that don't know, if you travel in the nether, it is 1 block in the nether is 8 blocks in the overworld, so it is kind of like a hyperlink way to travel to a destination that can be quite a distance away in the overworld. Alright, so this is our creeper farm perimeter, Now, this is something that is very simple and not really often used, but is a TNT non-looting mob farm for the creepers only. So
Wow.
it is a very simple thing to do, which is why this whole area was completed within less than a week of us starting the project from normal terrain. This was, of course, like I said, shown off in the 18-month world tour, but the main addition here is going to be the AutoCrafter, which we will showcase in a second. But we will, of course, run the farm first, which we will need to turn off with the switch in the Nether Hub, which is a lot shorter of a distance to travel than the Nether switch. So this is a farm that was actually used on Waytech, which you may have seen it on. This was by Carb. Everything I do mention here will be linked down in the description down below. There will be a link to the original episode that showcases where this farm was built, and then that video that itself will then have all the links to everything used in the farm, everything like that, storages, things like that will all be linked in the description down below once we get there. And then, yeah, a couple things to talk about while we're waiting for the switch to turn off. We have the floor art down here. This was actually the first one of the first ones that I got custom made for AutoCraft itself. This does, of course, cost money, but I think it does add a nice way to kind of theme the area that we are doing it around the mob itself. And that was, of course, a custom art that I had commissioned for an artist to do. And you might not know it based off how well they did, but they are not actually just strictly for Minecraft artists. This is the first time I've ever hearing about the game itself, and I think they did a very, very good job with the instructions that I gave them. With, you can see the TNT and everything like that flying away from the initial explosion from the creeper to, of course, related to the creeper. We do have a new little Easter egg in the walls here by Happy, where the little Happy Creeper, which was part of the April Fool's update for Minecraft, which did do quite a bit ago. So nice little Easter egg thrown into there for the sake of the decoration. It's not noticeable unless you were actually look at the stuff. So the switch down did turn off, so we will go turn the farm on, and we will see the farm in action based off the wave of raining TNT that gets thrown down to the farm. We'll, of course, lower down the block sound so we can actually hear everything. And yeah, so this, of course, is based off the mob spawning in the center there. We use the trapdoors to limit the height of the creepers so that only creepers can spawn in this area. And it's just really interesting and satisfying to watch the TNT perfectly slide into that 1x1 hole in each of the modules themselves, and then obviously use the TNT to kill the creepers at quite a fast rate. Of course, it is non-looting, so it's just going to be the regular drop from a creeper, which you on average get 1 gunpowder per creeper. So whatever rate you spawn will be the amount of gunpowder you get, which is around 120 to 130,000 we have without a mob switch, without the bat switch and the breaking of the bedrock. Of course, we are not at Y0, which is why this project was done so fast. But you don't need to go down that low with this farm to get such high speeds. And it is very lag efficient on the server as well. Even with all these players in the perimeter and not being, a full under distance perimeter at all. All in all, still a really satisfying farm to watch. This is because of all the delay from the TNT modules themselves. They're not all activated at the same game tick, which makes it a really satisfying farm to watch.
That's a pretty cool farm.
Mm-hmm.
So what we will do now is we will now turn the farm off, turn the switch back on so that we can show off and then explain the crafter that we have on the side here, which is the new addition for this perimeter.
Would it have been worthwhile to break bedrock to get them even lower?
Don't I answer this? Just a text. Lazy.
All right, switch is back on. We will now turn the farm off. And now we will show off the TNT crafter that was added onto the side here. So if you haven't caught on, I do experiment a lot with the AutoCrafters itself, which is used an AutoCrafting table, which is a carpet mod extension, which is then hence where the name AutoCraft sort of comes from. Not entirely, but it does come from that as well. This is a small TNT factory that I did design for this area because we are going to need a lot of TNT for an upcoming project, because we cannot use dupe TNT like this farm does. We need to use the TNT looting, which is a bit different to do. We can't use dupe TNT for TNT looting. So we needed a fast way to craft a lot of TNT, which I did spend a little time with, and everything like that, to do that as well, making a full UI, stuff like that, and like that. This is all thanks to my one-wide tileable TNT crafter. Now, this is something that was a little bit easy to do than you would think, because the TNT recipe itself has a very simple recipe where it alternates between gunpowder sand, gunpowder sand, gunpowder sand, and so on. So you can take advantage of using update order here for this and make the recipe very, very easy to do. I also did include a auto shutoff feature for this crafter since it was so small and easy to do. It made sense for me just to do that built in with the crafter itself. Usually I add those on top of everything like that, but this one I made it within the crafter itself, which makes it a little bit easier to do as well. So we get the output of TNT on these back chests here, which you can see we have crafted roughly 100,000 TNT that's stored here. Not a lot, but it is roughly about an hour of running the crafter at full speed, which it does eat through the gunpowder and sand that you do put in this crafter. It does have a little bit of logic in it, which I do not experiment with a lot, so it is nice to see me doing that, going out of my comfort zone and experimenting with that stuff, because it is something that I usually don't do. But it was fun and challenging to design. But is it the best it could possibly be? No. Is it functional? Yes, which is what we really wanted to do. Now we have two inputs on the side here. We have one for sand and one for gunpowder. That is based off the update order, that the direction you build the farm or the crafter itself. So the crafter, technically directional. You can rotate it. It'll work in all directions. The only thing you need to keep in mind is that the update order of the direction you have the factory will matter for the crafter itself. So if you need to switch the sand and gunpowder, you can do that. You'll have to test it out before you build the factory, of course. Now with this distribution line here, we need to have 27 boxes be dispensed at any given point in time, but we also need to have them all lined up in one big clump. That is to take advantage of hopper cooldown, which we will showcase here. So what we do is we obviously send all the boxes up to the main batcher system here, which we needed to design that if it has 27 boxes, it will dispense all 27 boxes, but it will also continue to do that cycle until it runs out of items again, which we then obviously stop the clock. That way every single one of these droppers for the stuff here gets all the same amount of items evenly to each box here. So we see you have all 27 boxes there. They're all clumped up together. And that allows every single shulker box unloader to get exactly one shulker box. Because of hopper cooldown, the hopper can only intake one stack, or in this case, one shulker box per 8 game ticks. So provided we move the item fast enough over the hopper before the 8 game tick cooldown arrives, we can evenly distribute items very, very quickly across all of them without needing the use of the chest minecart or things like that you would normally use for this area. This would, of course, not work for the nether, but it does work for us here. And you can see we have nothing at the end there because there is exactly 27 loaders or 27 unloaders, and we dispense 27 boxes. So it is very easy to just not need anything at the end because it just collects all the boxes, and there is never, ever a case where there is overflow. And then into the UI here, you do a lot of my UIs. My UIs, I try to make as simple as possible for anybody to understand, that even if they don't have any idea what this thing is for, they should be able to figure it out based off my UI that I designed mainly for that reason. So we have a lot of lamp indicators here and signs explaining what these do. So if the lamp is on the bottom right there or bottom left, that is system is requesting that item based on the side that you have it on. So the right is of course the gunpowder, left is of course for the sand, and in the center there we have the main on-off indicator there. Which is going to be if the crafter is actually crafting items or not. And this crafter is very simple, like I said, because it's based off update order, and the crafter recipe itself for the TNT is very simple because it alternates between gunpowder, sand, and we have a very simple item filter on the bottom there to only allow TNT to flow through. So no matter what is left in the crafter, it'll only take out TNT. It is a very easy way to get around the hopper unlocking part at the bottom. And then we have our output of TNT on the back here, of course, which can hold roughly about 1 million TNT crafted at any given point in time. And the shulker box return on the top there. So why do we build it in the creeper farm area itself? Well, because we have access to the gunpowder right over here, which we can go get very easily and things like that. And then obviously we just need to bring the sand over from the gravity duper to this one area. So we only need to transport one item here, which is very beneficial to do. So this would be the first one. We'll go to the second floor of the Nether Hub, which is accessed by that slime launcher there on either side. And all the player needs to do is just input any WASD or their movement keys, and they will automatically be transported to the second layer of the Nether Hub here, which is access to a bunch more bolts that we have, because some are different direction. So the first ones on the bottom there only go west and east. These ones will then go north and south, giving us a lot more areas to access a lot easier than it would be to go from the bottom part there. Alright, so we now head down to our bee farm area here, and we'll have 3 different areas to show off. This one is the main area, which is the storage part, which is of course a giant bee, because why not? On the left here we have the honey farm, and on the right, yes, we have the honeycomb farm. Now what makes these areas so special is they are of course dug out in the nether. These are not built on the nether roof or anything like that, they were dug out in the regular nether terrain. Now how do we do that? Well, of course, because the bees do not work in the nighttime in the overworld, and in the nether in the end you cannot chunk load anything, unfortunately, so you need a player there present. Despite this, MSPT here at this farm is actually quite lag efficient. That's just because we're loading the bees personally, so there's more for the game to process. And there's around 5,500 bees in this area at any given point in time.
Just a couple.
We did dig out these areas in very different shapes. This first one is the full farm. Talk about the farm first. This is Experimental Ideas 1728 honeycomb or honey bottle farm here. This is very, very lag efficient, despite what we have right now. Anybody that is visiting the server, as you can see, from overseas does have a hard time staying connected in this area because of all the stuff that the game is processing and network connection and things like that. So, fortunately, we don't get to visit this area too much. It is very, very laggy if the player goes to it now that the farm is fully built up, but it does work if we need honey in large quantities and things like that. So, on the right here, we have the complete opposite. We have the honeycomb farm, and they are, of course, dug out in different shapes. You can see on the right here, or left here, we have the honey bottle itself, because when this farm obviously does create honey bottles. So we have the area dug out in a honey bottle shape, and of course decorated in a honey bottle decoration there. This does give it a nice clean area from the map POV, which of course what this area was done, but also does look like a honey bottle in game as well. And we just did some very simple black concrete walls. That way it gives you kind of the illusion that you're just looking at the honeycomb or honey bottle or the bees themselves. Honeycomb 1 is very distinctly a honeycomb. Turned out really amazing. That's because the honeycomb is very simple to do. And of course, all those drops here are transported to the main storage here in the center, which is the giant bee. As you can see, we haven't really run the honey farm too much. We are only running the honeycomb farm right now due to some decoration that is needed for a specific perimeter. Now we do have some AutoCrafters here, which is of course beneficial for us because we obviously don't want to craft these stuff manually if we don't have to quickly. These are of course only one of each crafter here, so it is very slow, but this honey one on the left here is about 1,000 honey blocks per hour, which is pretty good for a honey crafter. Of course it is a bit slower because of the fact you need to take out 6 items in the hopper underneath for each recipe, because the honey recipe itself, you get 4 of the empty bottles back after crafting the honey block that you were crafting originally. Now you're saying, why do we need 6 items if there's only 4 plus 1 for the honey block itself? Well, you of course have a dummy item because the recipe is a 2x2 recipe inside a 3x3 crafting table. If you don't know how auto crafting table works, it's a mod that allows hopper and dropper support for the crafting table itself, that we don't need a player to actually do the crafting themselves. So how it works is it inputs items from the top left to the bottom right in a column fashion, so it's always starts on the left side of the table. So what that means is on the top right for the recipe, we need to put a dummy item there to stop the next honey bottle from going in the wrong spot and things like that. The honeycomb one is a bit of a same, but there is of course no glass bottles that you get at the end of the recipe. So you don't need to wait 48 game ticks for just the one crafted item besides the input, of course, for that. So my honeycomb one does craft around 4,000 compared to the 1,000. That's really down to the dummy items that you need to take out for the crafter itself, which we can of course control the farms from the main bee here so that we don't have to go to any of the farms, provided there isn't any, restock needed for shears, bottles, or shulker boxes, things like that.
Alright, so the next farm that we're going to be looking at is the Deep Slate Auto Crafting.
That's WAG?
It's a custom data pack that basically adds a custom
Forgot that's
crafting
WAG.
recipe for Deep Slate because it's awful to mine, so why would you want to do it manually? And plus, basically, the other option would be running a tunnel bore, which is a lot of work just to get a building block that's basically only used for decoration. So, yeah, it's really useful for a lot of different stuff on the server, especially deco, if we want
Fix
to
that bull.
anything. Otherwise, it'd be a whole lot of work.
Probably.
Oh. So, if you're not already, you can take the piston bolt. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on flying. So, obviously this isn't vanilla because it's a custom data pack that uses, I believe, cobblestone, blackstone, and what else in the recipe? Alright, so each crafter uses
Yeah, I know what
18,000
happens.
of both cobblestone or stone and basalt per hour
Basalt.
to allow us to be able to craft enough deep slate per hour to suit our needs. So the farm gets up to 36,000 per hour for the individual deep slate crafters. So basically, we need to make more than the crafters will ever use. That way, their backlog of items never runs out. So we have on-site basalt and cobble farms, which just helps a lot with not needing to transport materials back and forth. And then each of those is hooked up to, I believe it's an 8x loader to allow us to just transport everything more easily and not have a bunch of item streams with a bunch of items floating around in just shulker boxes. So the crafters do have a built-in safety feature where if any of the materials do start to run out, the crafter does get turned off to make sure that nothing goes wrong, which is really great because if for some reason something gets messed up, like the cobble gens break, something like that, they'll stop themselves. Yeah. And yeah, same with input on blackstone. Obviously we can't farm blackstone in the overworld. So if there's no more blackstone, it'll shut itself off. And so the main goal of this whole thing was to make it as lag efficient as possible. That's why it's built in the giant dig site, so that the chunk loaders wouldn't load unnecessary chunks. So it's a full 5x5 around each of the chunk loaders, so that the entity processing and redstone processing chunks are all completely dug out. Which definitely helps with saving on lag, especially if it's just going to be running in the background while someone's doing something else on the server. And so it doesn't have too big of an effect on the health of the server, except for maybe the TNT dropping, but there isn't much you can do about that. And so once all the deep slate is crafted, if you look at the roof, you can see that it's all put into box displays in the ceiling. And that's just a really nice way. If you need to grab some and then go, you can take that, or you can just break a box and it'll replace it, which is very useful if you need like a couple dozen boxes for a project. And yeah, that's the majority of this farm. You can see some of the input. It's on the sides, like shulker boxes at the bottom of the walls. And then blackstone input in the very center.
Alright, so this next area we'll be visiting, there's 2 different areas we'll be visiting, but this is going to be all part of one project, which will be the Lazy Raid Farm perimeter. Now, as you can see here, the problems are for the
Just, I know you have to do like a string or something beneath it to keep the powder up. You just cover the stairs. So the terracotta will go to the terracotta level and just the powder there. You'll need to do like string to hold up the powder. But you don't gotta worry, when you do the other ones, don't gotta worry about the corner parts here. Because obviously you're not gonna see that. And then just do a row of terracotta above the portal as well. And you're good.
bedrock break-in is not fully done yet, so that we can get the full circle pattern for a bedrock roof above our circle perimeter that we did hand dig to create this area. And this has taken a lot longer than expected because we were using one-way flying machines, and we used a 3-way flying machine for the center part, but we're using these one-ways for the outside here.
Still gotta finish that
Create all
too.
the rest. I do know we can use the lag bedrock break-in or this bedrock break-in mods. Really don't want to do that. That way you can just say we fully did this with regular bedrock breakers in survival and everything like that. So that is the reason why we haven't finished this project as of now. It has been roughly a month. Granted, we have spent a month breaking the bedrock. We did have to dig out the whole area underneath first.
It's been about a year.
The lava and things like that. But for those that don't know, this is Garlic Bread's Lazy Raid Farm. This is, of course, just the nether side processing part of this. Then you have to go to the overworld side, which is in a full perimeter as well. This is just the processing part for the farm itself. Now it does, of course, use TNT looting, so we have to craft TNT manually, which is part of the creeper perimeter that we did add there. Brett does explain this in a bit more detail than I would be able to, so there will be a link, of course, to his video down in the description down below. But there was not a storage attached to this or a collection for that matter. So what I did is I attached a storage part for here with the AutoCrafting. Of course, we wanted to craft the redstone blocks just to increase our storage capacity for that and the glowstone as well.
This was the most annoying thing to make ever.
TNT looting here. We did have to get tile entity list block 36s, which is where you see those arrows bouncing off of right there. Basically just allows them to stay there in a sense. I don't fully understand it, but those arrows wouldn't be able to stay there and bounce like that without that tile entity list block 36 supporting the gravity blocks on top. So down below, as you can see, I have the auto crafting area. I have a 1-wide tileable redstone block crafter, and then we have 4 of those. Then we have 3 of the glowstone block crafters for the glowstone. And then the final part down there is going to be the shulker box loaders for the gunpowder. Obviously, we have no sand here, so we can't automatically craft the sand. But that will all get transported back to the main player UI, which I did create as well. And everything like that. And then we have the TNT conveyors, of course, because you need to be in lazy chunks for this farm to work. Hence the name Lazy Raid. So it uses that as well. So we'll head over to the nether processing side, and then we'll head to the overworld part. We just use the chunk loading portals here for the player access as well, like that. And we'll use some other things for the right and left one. The main center one I did keep open for the player to access because else you have to fly over a couple thousand blocks in the overworld with the player portal at the main UI. So on the overworld side is where the main decoration starts to take place. That is fully finished. Of course, we have the farm itself in the center here. Now, it may not look hard at all, but it is really hard to get these update suppress portals in survival, of course. In creative, of course, you can just replace the portal itself and then not update anything. But for us, of course, this has to be done in 100% survival, nothing like that. It would have taken a lot longer if we didn't have a cheat code called Dazi on the server. Dazi is one of our grinders that does everything and finished this area within a couple days for the farm. The farm was done within, I think, 2 days, which was honestly quite insane to think about. for all the suppression and everything that needed to be done for both the nether side
Impressive.
and the overworld side. We finished all that in roughly 2 days. And of course we have the floor decoration here, which was one of the most expensive ones I had to do because of all the character models themselves. But I think it is amazing for what it does. The Ravager looks absolutely picture perfect in a sense to the game. Of course, this was built for a map, so there is a better image there. For that, if I do get the picture, I will show it here. But other than that, all the stuff here is
Beautiful.
perfectly fixed for the farm. And then we have some very simple wall decoration here. That reflector made for the perimeter here is very simple, but does fit the raid farm theme, of course. This is a full render distance perimeter, so it is stretched across 532 blocks, which is very slightly 4 times the amount of a regular perimeter is that we have on the
Acquire
server.
hardware.
So
Let's go.
decoration on this scale takes quite a long time compared to anything else. So this is where all the deep slate went. So you can see in the wall there we have the deep slate, polished deep slate, and then the deep slate bricks. So that is where we needed the deep slate for to get that sort of gray color that we were aiming to get, which is where those millions of, probably 100,000s of deep slate did go into for this perimeter. As you can see on the right and left side here for the portals, there is these minecart stations and things like that to transport the players a little bit more automatically. That way we can do that without needing to go to each individual spot with the player themselves. This is mainly down to we need to spawn the player in the nether side first and then transfer them to the overworld side. So this makes this a little bit easier for us to do. We push them through the portal.
This startup here is like one of the worst things to do. How long? 20 minutes left. Roughly. Well, 25. But yeah, starting this lazy raid farm up is it takes a while, like probably like 15 minutes.
Hit a no block and they get transported to their desired location. For each player, there's 3 on the south and 3 on the north. Depending if you were to use this farm at high speed, you only need 3 on the south, not the 3 on the north. But of course, we're going to run it at full speed, so we need 3 on the south and 3 on the north. With this system right here, what we do is when the first one comes down, that lands on the top track there. Once we hit the note block again, it'll retract the first one. The bottom one will be the first one it would hit, so then it goes to the second one there, and the same for the bottom one, the very bottom for the third. And then once you hit all 3, then it'll reset itself, ready for the next time you were to run the farm. This was not included with the farm itself. This was a system that we designed for our use case. It's semi-automatic, but it does function for the farm.
I'm sure this will be great on the frames too.
It's actually not terrible on the frames because it's all the storage in the lazy chunks.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Duh.
So what we do now is spawn all the players, and then we'll get this farm fully operational. This will take away some time, so I will be back once this is fully done. Alright, so we have all the players in place, including the TNT bot, and 3 of the bots on each side. Of course, we did give the players battlement just for the sake of the showcase here. We would get a little bit closer here in CS. We did turn off spectators generate chunks. That way we can get closer and still show it off without actually generating new chunks. So the player here will go in CS, and then in a few minutes we should see some Ravengers and everything like that start to appear for the farm to fully operate. It does take a little bit to warm up because it is spawning the raids, of course. It needs to shift them over. Brett has a really detailed explanation video, which I suggest you go doing. But as you can see here, we are starting to see some of the Ravagers come through. And because they are not in the lazy chunks, they are outside, they are immediately despawning, which drastically helps with the server MSPT that the farm would actually run at. So sooner we should start to see some of the mobs coming in. As you can see by the entity count on the left there, we are getting roughly 300 to 400 mobs at any given point in time. In the side here, we are a little bit too far away, so we can't see it as of right now, but you can start to see the Ravengers come through at a drastically fast rate. That is due to the stacking part of the raid farm. We will get a little bit closer here momentarily to show that off. I was a little bit too far away, the initial part, but it is one of the most satisfying farms to watch. As you can see, just even the Ravagers despawning and stuff is really satisfying to watch.
That is true. Lazy Raid is really satisfying to watch compared to the Ultimate Raid farm. But, you know, not as efficient as lag, not as efficient as TNT. Overall, much more pain in the ass to make. And, you know, overall, not as great as the Ultimate Raid farm. You know, would have guessed. The Ultimate Raid farm is the Ultimate Raid farm. So, Lazy Raid was a really nice thing to build, though, because not many people will actually make it in survival, though.
You can start to see the redstone starting to flash for the detector rails there. And now we get a little bit closer, we can start to see that we have the ROBs coming in. Unfortunately, I don't know what this was, but we were only getting one side of the farm to work. We have both of them.
It's quite a survival site.
Yes, it's definitely a survival site you don't really see too often. That's of course because this is of course processed in lazy chunks, so you wouldn't really actually see this in the game at all.
Yeah, it seems like south sides, nothing's coming out of them.
But this has run at full speed before. I'm going to try to give the bad omen to the raid bot again, just to see what it does. But if we didn't get it to work, unfortunately, so we only ran in at half speed. So we only got around 35,000, 36,000 redstone dust per hour, which is still quite faster than most raid farms. Then again, this isn't really meant to only run at half speed, but you could do it. You can see we have to get the first initial raid to come through, but then nothing else afterwards. So that could be something to do with the shifting of the raid farm. We will probably have to troubleshoot that and run the farm again to make sure it's all good.
Did we ever do that?
Of course, run this farm for quite some time, provided we have the TNT to supply it, because we need a lot of pistons very, very, very soon. But still, even just on half speed on the right side, watching the farm is one of the most satisfying things that I have personally seen in game. This is one of the farms you actually wouldn't really see in survival, because it's not really survival friendly. That's mainly down to all the suppression and things like that you need to do for the farm, let alone all of the TNT that you would have to use for the farm. Because it only generates 75,000 gunpowder per hour, it doesn't fully sustain itself in the TNT department, so you do actually lose gunpowder if you were to run this farm. But we didn't really build it for the gunpowder.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We built it for the redstone itself, so we do take the loss on the gunpowder, but obviously gunpowder is renewable with the creeper farm, so we then just crafted TNT like that and stuff like that. But all in all, we built this for the redstone, not anything else, so that's what this farm is for, and we have the fastest raid farm as of now in the game.
Shit, not the fastest anymore.
You can see me trying to give the bad omen again to the south side, but it's just not working today, so unfortunately we couldn't see the farm fully run in action. But for the raid farm itself, that video, which will be soon to come, we will of course show the farm fully working at max speed here. All in all, still a very satisfying farm to watch, like I said multiple times today, but this farm is something special to us because we will use it quite a bit just for the redstone itself.
That didn't age well. You haven't used that farm in like a year.
See the overworld side in action. You can see the players that got transported to the location via those rail lines there. The other raids on the north side were perfectly fine, but on the south side we are getting nothing besides the one victory for the initial bad omen. Still don't know what that is down to, but these high-level farms do tend to be finicky at times, but we will definitely take a look at it. This is of course a copy, so we can always test it out here and then make sure it's all good. But for now, this isn't working as intended, but the farm is still ridiculous. Ridiculous in a good way, because it is absolutely insane and should not be possible, but then again, it is. But we will head on to the next project here and turn this farm off, of course, before we leave the area, because this will break it if we don't turn it off. Alright, for the second to last project we will be seeing today, we will be going into something that was very special to me at this point in time. No pun intended. but this will be my 1,000 subscriber piston factory that I did for my channel. This is when I hit 1,000 subs. I created this factory for the version 3 of my piston crafter and things like that, and everything like that. At the bottom here, this is the slime, so you don't actually die, unlike the deep slate one.
Yeah, at least there's like a deco around it. Something.
But yeah, as you go to the overworld side here, we have the portal and things like that. So I actually will go get some cobblestone to turn on core 1 there. That way we can at least show one of the cores working today. Other ones need other stuff, so we're not going to be able to do that right now. But we'll at least get one core operational with this cobblestone farm we have on the outside here.
Is that something you'll like hook up so that it'll autofill?
We could do that, but it might be for a different version of the factory. This one, not really designed to do that in a sense. V4 will be a huge step up from V3, that's is for sure.
It definitely was.
Put this cobblestone in. What we're going to do, put it all in this here. We're going to go get a bunch of cobblestone for it. The factory, at least. I will be back once that is done. Alright, so we have enough cobblestone to at least bring the factory on for this core. We're going to do here, this factory makes use of my new one-wide tileable piston crafter, which should not really be possible, but it is thanks to how we batch the items and things like that. This one is, of course, AB tileable because of the slime and honey, but is still one-wide tileable because it all needs to change just to slime and honey. Yeah. So this core, we're going to select the core for the UI, and then we'll input the items here by unlocking the hoppers underneath. This will start the dispensing and distribution aspect of the factory for that core. Because we only selected that one core, all the input items will only be transported to that individual core, which is, of course, in this case, core 1. If you have multiple cores, for example, it will then split them evenly between those 2, 3, or 4 cores. There's a slight issue with 3 cores because it batches them in series of 4. So then one of the 3 cores would then get an extra bit of items, which is obviously, of course, not ideal. You can see them going into the batcher here. Why do we batch them in batches of 4? Because if there is 4 cores active at any given point in time, then we would, of course, need 4 items to go in different spots. So you can see here, core 1 did turn on. I do have a bit of explanation here, of course, in the video for this farm. If you want to see that, of course, we link in the description down below. This singular core with only 27 crafters crafts about 36,000 pistons per hour. That is, of course, in a much smaller area than my first factory. This is over half the speed of my first factory, in probably a tenth of the size, which is just absolutely insane.
Check MS, Alex.
In terms of footprint on, the length of the factory.
There might be some there.
And that's just one singular core.
You did? Shit.
So
Oh, we gotta get
here,
more
the
anyway,
crafter
so.
is working at its max speed.
Yeah,
This is,
the
of
old
course, the singular
crafters.
core, for this, so the 36,000 pistons per hour, which is still plenty for most people. I don't have a single core design of this, but you can, of course, use the factory in single core mode. You can always just build up one core and just take out the selector panel for all the other cores and stuff like that, but I don't have a singular core, unfortunately, designed for this. May come soon in time. Not something I plan to do as of right now, especially for the V4 that is coming very, very close to being completed. With one core on the server running, we can run this in the background very, very easily thanks to the chunk loaders up top. And we don't need a player here. It's very, very, for us with all the performance mods we have on the server, it's not really noticeable at all, the lag on the server. It's very minimal, just like the Deep Slate Factory. With all 4 cores, there's a slight difference in the MSVT, but that's not really too big of a deal for us. We need to craft 144,000 pistons per hour, which this core's max speed does, in fact, actually be.
There's so much redstone in that buffer. We could just take out.
This factory's enhancements are down to the UI and everything like that. Of course, the crafter being one-wide tileable does help with the space efficiency a lot, because you can fit 9 of these in the same space you could fit 3 of my other factories, my other crafters, I mean. Another main difference is the core will only turn on if the core is selected in the UI and all the materials are met the buffer amount for the core. So you can see I click core 2 here. It won't turn on because the material one on the top there is missing an item. So that could be anything from any of the unloaders. So any of the spruce planks, iron ingots, redstone dust, and the cobblestone. If any single, even a singular shulker box unloader in that core is missing a item type of any kind, the core will stay off no matter what the player does in the UI to try to turn it on. This is to prevent the recipe failure, because in a one wide title situation, clearing that out would be an absolute nightmare. Because this crafter doesn't really have an accessible way to clear it. So this is another safety feature added within the crafter or the factory itself. And of course, it is the same for all cores. They have indicator lamps to relate to the player very easily what is missing in that specific core, so they could get that and then put it into that core as well. And then the UI, of course, is hopper locked, and we can have a box sorter in the back here. That way we can only input, let's say, spruce planks, redstone dust, iron ingots, and cobblestone into the factory. That way there is no chance of it running out or breaking the factory with a misinput item. For example, a firework box or things you carry around all the time. You could accidentally misinput it into the system here, and that could break it.
Actually did happen in V1.
Oh no. So it's not going to be as good a quality, but I do have all of my streams recorded. So, and I can like send you it after this is over.
So yeah, back to the UI. The main input here will only accept boxes of redstone dust, iron ingots, cobblestone, and spruce planks. That way, if you input anything else into the factory, it will not break the whole factory, which is what you want to avoid, of course, for this large scale. And it will also return the box to you completely filled back up to its original fill level, of course, because it takes one item out to sort the item, to sort the boxes, making use of this box sorter here. But of course, it will obviously then fill it back up so you don't lose that one item if you were to input, let's say, a rocket box or a different box like it was supposed to be input into the factory itself. There's also a mass decrafter here by Command Leo. That way we can bring over large chunks of, spruce logs, redstone blocks, or iron blocks over here. That way we can just mass decraft those into those required materials for the actual farm for the crafter itself. And then, of course, we have a small sticky piston crafter attached to the factory as well. This is not the speed of the actual factory. This is just made for a convenience factor for it. Because, of course, making around 144,000 sticky pistons per hour would greatly increase the size of the factory. I didn't want to go any bigger than the actual
Slightly.
themselves for it.
Already did it.
Because that's what you would actually use this area for is regular pistons, not sticky pistons, because for bedrock break-in, you can do it with sticky pistons, but it doesn't make it the most sense to actually do it with them because you require slime.
All right,
on top of it.
first test of the full piston mod.
And regular pistons do the job just perfectly fine. But yeah, that's version 3 of my piston factory. I do plan to make a version 4 sometime soon. Don't have an ETA when that's going to be done, but of course everything will take time. And then of course your crafted pistons are then transported up to the UI and have an initial box display plus access to the bulk if you were to need a large quantity of shulker boxes, which we will use for bedrock break-in very, very soon. This one is our crop farm perimeter. The decoration definitely makes this area a lot better than it normally would be. So it's just basically a bunch of crop farms scattered
Got it all done.
in a perimeter.
At least for the first letter.
But the decoration that we have here, that
We can do it
was
again.
Reflector and I believe Tox on the server here, definitely adds a lot more and makes this area a lot more special than it should be. It's just a bunch of crop farms. But yeah, the main goal of this perimeter was to obviously include a lot of crop farms that are widely used within the game. And to do that without using any bone meal and things like that. We also want them to not have any, or for most of them to have an on-off switch. That way we could only turn on the ones that we actually want to use at the point in time. So all of them besides the cactus farm have an on-off switch in some sort of way. So as you can see, if you go to the top here, we have a pumpkin farm.
We have a nano wheat farm that I created, which is very over-engineered. It has box unloaders for bone meal, box loaders for everything else, and a complete UI.
First layer pistol
It's
works.
completely overkill for a nano farm, but it was a fun thing to actually design and make it overkill as possible in a sense. Then we have the cocoa bean farm, which was actually a really interesting design, making use of a minecart and the hitbox of the fully grown cocoa beans to detect if the cocoa bean is fully grown or not. And that way you only harvest the ones that are fully grown to maximize your output for cocoa beans. A very interesting farm, and obviously used for a lot for brown dye. Next we have the sugarcane farm, which is of course completely stupid because it uses a piston and everything per sugarcane. So I really only wanted a design I could completely turn off, which this design was, and it creates not a lot more than we need to, of course, but mainly, of course, used for rockets. Then we have the bamboo and kelp ones, just so that we can have them, and we can use these both for a bunch of fuel if needed. On the side, we have the melon farm here, and then we have the sea pickle farm, as well as the final one, which is the chorus flower and fruit farm, next to the cactus farm.
That actually considered a chorus flower?
The pumpkin and melon farms is they use a flying machine, but there is no hopper minecarts. So it's a very unique design and a very lag efficient design because there is not a lot of entities for it. Of course, you get all the entities when you actually harvest the farm, but it makes use of water streams to transport the items instead of, you know, hopper minecarts or things like that to do that. It's a very cool design and very simple to build, which is also a key factor in building it. But yeah, this decoration, of course, the floor is actually an art that Fred made for us. We like to call it the elemental heart because it has air, earth, water, and fire. If you know where that comes from, it's Avatar: The Last Airbender. That comes from that. And because we already have the fire heart, I think it fits really well to kind of with the crop farm because you have, you know, the earth and everything like that, water, fire, all that kind of stuff in this area. And then, of course, the walls. They're giant pumpkins, sugarcane, melons, bamboo, and wheat all in one area. Creates a very aesthetically pleasing perimeter to look at with everything all in it. But yeah, very simple perimeter is greatly improved by the decoration that was created by the members here. For else to just be a bunch of farms scattered within a perimeter scale. Now, was a perimeter needed for this farms? No, not at all. Was it worth it? Yes. Decoration is something we are trying to step up for the AutoCraft server, and not just focusing on the farms. We are actually trying to focus on the decoration as well as the farm, which of course takes longer to do because it's a lot more stuff to take into consideration rather than just the farm. And then all of the drops are then transported to this main central UI in a sense, where they all stored. And there is also the switches on 5 of these to go to all the farms on the left side. The right ones do not work because the farms on that side don't really need any on and off switch compared to the ones on the left side, which you can then control from here. All in all, a very interesting project that you don't really see happen too often on other servers, which is something we try to do on AutoCraft here. All right, we'll go back to spawn, and then that's basically everything that we've completed for.
It seems so underwhelming.
Decoration's very nice.
Yeah, I love how it turned out. Tox and Reflector.
And again, it is only half a year,
We
so
only have Happy, Tox, and Reflector for decorations, really. So those 3 have been carrying the server. And they're very, I guess you could say, survival friendly. I know you guys do have, you know, like a rail and stuff on Mecha, which do amazing decorations, but building those, holy hell, it was fun.
Yeah, some of those are hard to build, to say the least.
Yes, that's for sure.
I don't know if you've seen the Blaze Overworld deco that needs to be built yet.
I think I saw
That
some early
is
developments of
going
it,
to
yeah.
be
I
crazy.
think that was ever finished.
I saw some early stuff before. Obviously, yeah, not a
Yeah.
trial anymore, but that, oof.
Still can't believe the audio.
I went to a
voice
portal
over
at the
everything.
very edge.
It's the same portal, but for whatever reason, it links to that location.
Oh, interesting.
Don't understand it.
That seems quite far for it to have linked all the way out there.
It is.
Interesting.
I'm the same thing. Like this portal should link right to the main hub. This portal links to the hub, but then going to that portal only links to that one spot over there. I don't get it.
And like even if you remove the portal, it'll
Correct.
you can't come back here?
Nope.
That's so odd.
Next tour Stickberry.
Never. Actually, I didn't turn this off.
Alright. That's done.
I don't think I'm going to stream anymore. I do kind of want to get some food. No, we don't use Easy Place for any deco. Yeah, I get some food. Relax. But, you know, one of the long ones is basically done. We got half of it done. Which is pretty huge to go because it's a long one to do for sure. But yeah, so we get rid of some other ones. May stream tomorrow as well. We got a lot to do, so maybe we do that again. And hopefully we're not going to be working on this one. Hopefully that one's done by then because, like I said, they've done all the deco work, so now it's just on myself, I guess, to do the pistons, which won't be too bad. Now that we figured out the one corner transition as well, and things like that, so it should just be a plug and play at this point now, which by the time we get the end rods and everything's all crafted, it's just placing stuff down, so won't be too bad from there on out, so we'll see. But yeah, look out for the stream tomorrow, make sure you're following all the things like that. If you wanted to get pinged in the Discord down below as well. That way you get pinged when that goes live. If Twitch doesn't want to send you a notification, the bot in the Discord will 100% will. So yeah, appreciate you all hanging out. Good night, day, river, and we'll see you all later.